Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters.
Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived
and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Todd Helton, a man synonymous with the peak of Coors Field hysteria, the 5-time All-Star and 4-time Silver Slugger winner, was beloved by Rockies fans for his fantastic play on both offense and defense. One of the greatest Rockies of all time, his success has consistently been downplayed because of his home stadium. Helton's Hall of Fame case has been widely debated among the baseball community, with no conclusive decision. Just recently, this past January, the voters almost elected him into baseball immortality. He received over 72% of the vote for Cooperstown induction, but he needed another 3% of the vote to get into the Hall of Fame. This video will look into what factors help and hurt his case to earn his plaque in New York, and whether or not it's realistic for Helton to eventually make the Hall. Let's first do a statistics breakdown. Helton played for a very long time, nearly 2 decades, all for the Rockies, and was never an easy out once he arrived in the league. Through his first 10 seasons in Major League Baseball, Helton not only managed to walk more than strike out in 8 of the 10 aforementioned seasons, a very much appreciated quality in a young player, but he also managed an OPS, or on-base percentage plus slugging, above 1, settling in at a remarkable 1.04 OPS for the entire span. Oh, and let's go back to Helton having more walks than strikeouts. During his first season of playing in at least 100 games, Helton struck out 54 times and just walked 53 times. From 2000 to 2008, Helton walked more than striking out, with his worst season, quote-unquote, being the 1999 campaign, where he recorded 68 walks to 77 punch-outs. Out of all the first basemen who played at least 1,000 games from 1997 to 2013, his first and last year in the league, Todd Helton leads the pack by 4 points in OPS, beating out Hall of Famer Jeff Bagwell and future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols. One of his biggest strengths, his vision, was the catalyst that led to his success. His magnum opus was his 2000 season, where he hit for the percentage triple crown, leading the league in all 3 major stats: on base percentage, batting average, and slugging percentage. He hit a ludicrous .372, winning a batting title and having the 3rd highest single-season batting average from 1990 to the 2000 decade. During that decade, he actually tied for 3rd in terms of batting average. The only 2 players ahead of him are his teammate, in my opinion, the greatest Rocky of all time, Larry Walker, and all-time great Tony Gwynn with his abbreviated chase for 400. This came along with plenty of pop as well, slugging almost 700 with 103 extra base hits. In fact, this was the 4th most extra bases in MLB history and 2nd most in the NL ever. It was also his breakout season, netting him his first All-Star game, but his MVP candidacy was probably hindered not only by his youth, not having been an established star, but also what is commonly referred to as the Coors effect. This is when accolades and statistics from Rockies players are seen with less legitimacy due to the thin air in Colorado, which allows for the ball to fly further than anywhere else. This has only increased as time gone on, with the Rockies playing their home games at Coors Field, with sabermetrics putting a higher emphasis on regulating stadium factors. Older players also benefited more prior to the Humiditor era. Beginning last season, all 30 MLB teams now have to store the game balls to control the inconsistencies between them. Humiditators work by bringing baseballs to an average humidity, which means in a dry park they will become more humid and heavier. Regardless of stadium, Todd Helton's hitting stats were some of the best in the league over a 5-year span. His 2000 to 2004 stretch of dominance beats out the best of his contemporaries. He once again beats out Pujols, Lance Berkman, and Jason Giambi, some of the best first basemen of his era in terms of OPS. He also paces the group in homers, RBIs, and has the best walk-to-strikeout ratio of the group. Now let's take a look at his defensive stats. None of this era has even been discussed. One of Helton's best traits as well, his ability to play very well on both sides of the ball. His 3 gold gloves were no mistake. He ranks near the top of the leaderboards all time in WAR and defensive WAR for first baseman, landing 14th in career WAR and 4th in defensive WAR compared to others who have played as many games of all time. He falls second since integration, just behind Albert Pujols, and of course integration means since 1947. It's important to know that defensive wins above replacement is based on calculations that give value to positions, making a premium positions like shortstop or center field worth a lot more than a position like first base. For players who play DH and first base primarily, unless your name is pretty much Keith Hernandez, the more games they play, the lower their defensive WAR goes, almost in spite of good defense. This just means that if you don't play defense, for example, a designated hitter like David Ortiz, your defensive WAR becomes virtually non-existent and in the negative column. Anyway, Helton clocks in at -5 defensive WAR behind Pujols, who is known to be one of the best first base of all time defensively as well, with his -4.1 mark. While at their peaks, Pujols may have been the best first baseman defensively, which is definitely no slight to Helton. But let's talk about the great defensive metrics when it comes to Helton. Besides winning 3 Gold Glove awards, Helton's 9.5 range factor per game is second all time. His 90 career zone runs place him in 4th in MLB history. If you don't know what zone runs are, it basically means how many plays a first baseman made versus how many times the ball was hit in his general direction or his zone, quote unquote. At one time, Helton was first among all first basemen in defensive games played, at first base, putouts, and assists. The crafty lefty could simply sweep up any ball in the dirt that was thrown from his infield counterpart. In other words, he was great at picking it. Now let's compare him to Paul Konerko. Another comparable player to Helton is Konerko, albeit his prime starting after Helton's era. They are both strong offensive first basemen looking to be enshrined in the Hall of Fame. While Konerko and Helton may be similar in circumstance, they have significantly different cases. An easy way to check whether a player is on a Hall of Fame trajectory is to look at career WAR. While it's not a strict guideline, a Hall of Fame bound player, regardless of position, typically hovers in the 50 to 60 range. Helton easily meets this criteria with a very impressive 61.8 WAR throughout his career, while Konerko falls well short at only 28.1. Konerko may have been a cornerstone to a World Series winning team in 2005 and the bigger name with more homers, but other than that, he simply doesn't compare statistically to the Todd father. He crushes Konerko in all rare stats with over 100 points on OPS, more than Konerko, and still beats him handily when field adjusted, with a 133 OPS plus compared to only 112 for Paulie. Also, as shown before, he is one of the best defensive first basemen, while advanced statistics paint Konerko in a much different light. Konerko finished his career with a -17.5 defensive wins above replacement, not even in the same area code as Helton. Konerko will almost certainly miss the Hall of Fame because of those reasons, while Helton should be included because of them. If you're wondering, Helton hit 369 career home runs. Konerko, or Paulie as White Sox fans remember him, has a much more impressive 439 lifetime dingers. Konerko is a lifetime 279 hitter, whereas Helton finished with a very impressive 316 final clip. As you might expect, Helton's slugging percentage is much better than Konerko, 539 to 486. Now, let's do his comparison to Larry Walker. Helton's true contemporary to Hall of Fame contention is probably Larry Walker, his teammate who made the Hall of Fame recently. Overall, Walker is probably the better player according to the stats, but he also had outside factors help make him into the Hall of Fame. Walker played a more important position, did not play his entire career during the steroid era, which of course is about 1997 to 2007, and played some of his prime outside of Colorado. Not playing in the steroid era might have helped Walker's Hall of Fame case, as he put up dominant offensive numbers before the peak of the steroid era, for example 1997 to 2007. Walker also slightly outclasses Helton with awards, claiming an MVP in '97 and 4 more Gold Gloves than Helton in his career at a more difficult position as well. Plus stats, or adjusted stats, also help Walker more than Helton due to his time outside of Coors. Even at the age of 38, Walker hit .289 for a 2005 St. Louis Cardinals team that won 100 games. Walker began his career with the Expos, and while not quite the same hitter in Canada as in Coors, he finished within the top 5 in MVP during the 1992 season. As an Expo during the beginning of his career, Walker's 1994 Expos might have won the World Series if not for the owners ending the season with a strike. Regardless, Walker hit .322 for the Expos that year. Helton never spent any time away from the Denver franchise, although the Red Sox almost traded for him prior to the 2007 season. It should be noted, though, that Helton's OPS away from Coors Field is .855, better than former MVPs Christian Yelich and Josh Donaldson over similar amounts of games. No matter where he played, his bat was going to make an impact on the game. In 4,612 road plate appearances, the slugging first baseman at .287, .386, .469, with 142 home runs. His .855 OPS away from his home ballpark is higher than the road OPS of Hall of Famers Dave Winfield, .841, Eddie Murray, .838, Ricky Henderson, .836, Tony Gwynn, .835, Al Kaline, and George Brett, .826, among others. In other words, when it comes to Todd Helton, his OPS away from his home ballpark is better than players already in Cooperstown. How about this? Away from Coors Field, Helton's road on base percentage is better than such Hall of Famers as Rod Carew, Eddie Matthews, Vladimir Guerrero, Honus Wagner, Tony Gwynn, and a slew of others. How about his postseason stats of comparison to other teams? Todd Helton's Rockies were basically pitiful during his career. They only made the postseason twice, with their magical run to the World Series in 2007 being something we'll most likely never see again, hence why it's called Rocktober and their amazing winning streak. If Helton had put up fantastic playoff numbers, it definitely would help his Hall of Fame case. Still, Mike Trout is most likely a Hall of Famer with terrible all-time postseason numbers and a very limited sample size. If Shohei Ohtani continues with his Babe Ruth-esque performances on the diamond as a pitcher and in the dish as a hitter, he'll be a no-doubt Hall of Famer even if he never plays in the postseason. If Helton had managed to put up any kind of impactful numbers, it would have helped his case. As it currently stands, Helton's career playoff batting average of .211 is very poor. In 15 career playoff games, he didn't hit a single home run. He played very well during Game 163 of the 2007 one-game playoff against San Diego, but that box score doesn't count towards the postseason numbers. In fact, there are examples of players making it almost exclusively because of postseason moments, such as Bill Mazeroski and Jack Morris, but baseball is not a sport where a single player can make enough of an impact to carry a player through the postseason. Helton also only made the playoffs 2 times in total in his career, so he didn't have many opportunities to do much in general in October. Still, it does hurt his case that the Rockies made the World Series in spite of him, not because of him. Is that why Barry Bonds is outside of Cooperstown? Nah. Belko and the steroid controversy is the main reason he's not in the Hall of Fame. But Bonds also had his postseason struggles prior to his fantastic 2002 World Series run with the San Francisco Giants. But let's take Larry Walker's postseason stats into account. His 1995 postseason with Colorado was very forgettable, but his postseason numbers in his late 30s were very eye-opening. During the 2004 World Series, the 37-year-old Walker batted .357 as a 37-year-old with 2 home runs in the series. Helton, meanwhile, was several years younger than Walker during the 2007 Rockies playoff run. Even in 2009, Helton batted just .188 with no extra base hits. During the 2004 postseason, Walker belted 6 home runs during 3 different playoff series. What am I trying to say? For Larry Walker, playing on a different team and playing well with that team can establish credibility. The Coors effect hurts Helton much more than someone like Walker, because Helton's entire 17 years in Major League Baseball was spent playing in the high altitude. There may be controversy about their legitimacy with playing at Coors, but there is no doubt the stats Helton put up are extremely impressive. The Coors effect is probably the strongest argument against him, and it only has gotten stronger as advanced stats have dampened his original stats. In conclusion, Todd Helton was one half of a lethal duo in Colorado with prime Larry Walker alongside him in the lineup. They both put up elite offensive and defensive stats, despite the adjusted stats making them slightly less impactful. While Helton doesn't have the hardware and accolades that Walker has, he's a homegrown career stat leader for the franchise. According to Jay Jaffe's JAW system of evaluating peak wins above replacement, Helton is 15th all-time among qualified first basemen. That's higher than Harmon Killebrew and Fred McGriff, with McGriff recently being elected into the Hall. No offense to McGriff, but the analytics say Helton was much better offensively than the crime dog. Also, you can make the argument that the 2000 MVP should have gone to Helton and not Jeff Kent. Helton finished with a Baseball Reference wins above replacement metric of 8.9, while Kent was only 7.2. While Kent's Giants won the National League West Division, Helton's place certainly wasn't the reason why the Rockies failed to make the playoffs that year. Helton batted .353 away from Coors Field that season, and the four-time Silver Slugger led the league in both slugging percentage and batting average. Did not winning the 2000 MVP award hurt his chances at being in Cooperstown? Nah. But an MVP certainly would have made his resume seem more intriguing to the voters. Quite frankly, Helton was arguably the best first baseman of his era. That includes Albert Pujols. From 1997 to 2013, Helton led all National League first basemen in games played, runs scored, hits, doubles, runs batted in, triples, and walks. He was also second all-time in home runs. In a 5-year span from 2000 to 2004, Helton's OPS plus stat was third behind Barry Bonds and Pujols, and from 2000 to 2005, Helton's Baseball Reference wins above replacement metric was third behind Alex Rodriguez and Bonds. And although Helton's batting prowess usually never transitioned into October, he was a main reason why the Rockies went 21-1 in their last 22 games to advance to the 2007 World Series. In a 15-game stretch from the end of the season until the one-game playoff against San Diego, batted .377 with a .458 on-base clip and 15 RBI. The Rockies went 14-1 in those 15 games to advance to the National League Division Series. So is Helton a Hall of Famer? He might be one in 2024 or 2025. After all, he was only 11 votes shy of getting into the Hall of Fame in 2023. But for now, he's not in Cooperstown, and that's a crime and shame. But what do you think? Should Helton be in the Hall of Fame sooner more than later? Make sure to comment below and subscribe to Sports Broadcast Solutions. Was a weird time for the NBA, a post-Bulls Jordan league that lacked an overall depth and talent, yet was the last premier era of the NBA big man. You had established superstars such as Shaquille O'Neal, Chris Webber, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, and Alonzo Mourning. You had the up-and-comers such as Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby, Ben Wallace, Dirk Nowitzki, Pau Gasol, Tyson Chandler, and Elton Brand. You even had the veteran Hall of Famers on their last leg, such as Hakeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, Karl Malone, and Dikembe Mutombo. Truly a golden era of big man in every phrase of the word. And the big man we'll be focused on today would likely fit in the early 2000s up-and-comer bracket, Jermaine O'Neal. Drafted 17th overall straight out of high school in the historic 1996 NBA draft class that featured Kobe Bryant, Ray Allen, and Steve Nash, O'Neal became the youngest player to ever play in an NBA game at that time. His career lasted 17 seasons, playing for the Trailblazers, Pacers, Raptors, Heat, Celtics, Suns, and Warriors. After joining the Pacers for the 2000-2001 season, O'Neal's career hit an apex that lasted from the 2001-2002 season to the 06-07 campaign. This stretch included 6 straight All-Star appearances, 3 straight All-NBA teams from 2002 to 2004, he was second team in 2004, and a conference finals appearance in 2004. In an era stuffed with centers and power forwards, who ranged from high-quality starters to Hall of Famers, O'Neal was regarded as one of the best in the league during that time. As impressive as he was during his peak, was it enough for him to be considered for the Basketball Hall of Fame? As good as he was as a Pacer, the rest of his career was average at best and arrestable at worst, pun intended. He started in Portland for the 1996-97 season, where he played the next 4 seasons. These Portland teams made the playoffs each season he was there, and even made the conference finals back-to-back years in 1999 and 2000. In 2000, they took the Lakers to 7 games, losing 89-84 in the historic game that featured the iconic Kobe to Shaq alley-oop in the closing minutes of the game. By the way, Portland was up by more than 10 points in the game. It was a very successful run for Portland, a run that O'Neal had little to nothing to do with. During his time with the Trailblazers, O'Neal never averaged over 13.5 minutes per game. His most impactful season came in 1998, where he averaged 4.5 points, 3.4 rebounds, and 1 block per game. As underwhelming as O'Neal's career was when he was with Portland, it's hard to place a ton of blame on him for his struggles. In a time where selecting a high school player was still considered a taboo move, he was a teenager playing with grown men. The center and forward positions were especially stacked for Portland, in a roster that featured Arvydas Sabonis, Rasheed Wallace, Scottie Pippen, Detlef Schrempf, and Brian Grant. Unless they're an instant generational talent, it's extremely hard for a young prospect to get playing time for an NBA team contending for a title. You even see this in today's NBA, with the Golden State Warriors still trying to figure out how to fit their younger prospects into the rotation. Hard to hold Jermaine's first 4 seasons against him. After the Pacers went into a mini rebuild parting ways with veterans Mark Jackson, Rick Smits, Chris Mullin, and head coach Larry Bird, they traded for O'Neal in 2000. He was put into their starting unit and instantly made huge strides, posting career highs in every major statistical category other than field goal percentage, which makes sense because he went from taking 3 to 4 shots per game to 10 plus. He would average 12.8 points, 9.8 rebounds, and 2.8 blocks for the 2000-2001 season. His next 6 seasons would be what defined his stardom, as he would team up with future Hall of Famer Reggie Miller and future Defensive Player of the Year Ron Artest. But with an aging Reggie Miller and the unpredictable personality that was Ron Artest, O'Neal ultimately became the best player and most valuable player for the Pacers during this time. He averaged 20.4 points, 9.9 rebounds, 2.1 assists, and 2.4 blocks per game, shooting 45.9% from the field between 2001 to 2007. He also had 39.3 win shares, 25.7 defensive, 13.6 offensive, a plus-minus of 1.7, 1.0 defensive, and 0.8 offensive, and a player efficiency rating of 20.3 in those seasons. To put these stats in context, one player who puts up similar numbers to O'Neal in today's game is Domantas Sabonis. While a much better passer than O'Neal ever was, and not quite the defender, Sabonis has 43.5 win shares, 25.8 offensive and 17.7 defensive, a plus-minus of 2.3, 1.3 offensive and 0.9 defensive, and a player efficiency rating of 19.3. Sabonis just recently finished his 7th season. O'Neal's success on the court translated to the success of the team. The Pacers would win 312 games to 262 games lost and make the playoffs 5 out of 6 possible seasons from 2001 to 2002 to 2006 and 07. His play would get him into 6 straight All-Star games, the 2001 to 2002 Most Improved Player Award, and 3 All-NBA teams. His best season was in 2003 to 2004, where he averaged 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 2.6 blocks. He started 78 games that season, made second-team All-NBA, and finished 3rd in MVP voting. The Pacers would go 61-21 that year and make it to the conference finals, where they lost in 6 games to the 2004 NBA champion Detroit Pistons. By 2004, O'Neal was certainly in the conversation with best big men in the league. At that time, that conversation included players like Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, and Dirk Nowitzki, 4 players with Hall of Fame resumes, if they're not in already. but it would be the 2004-05 season that would define O'Neal's career, and not in the way anyone would have hoped. The Pacers started off the season hot with a 7-2 start, which would have projected them to finish the season 64-18, 3 wins better than the last season of 61-21. Then, in a game against the Pistons on November 19, 2004, it all came to a crashing halt. The Pacers had a commanding 97-82 lead over their division rival in the closing minute of the road game in Detroit. After a hard foul at the rim on Ben Wallace by Ron Artest, an enraged Wallace came after Artest. Wallace had to be held back by teammates and security for multiple minutes, while Artest was moved by the scoring table, where he started to lay down. As Artest lay down on the scoring table, a fan threw a drink at him, which instigated a brawl that caused Artest and teammate Steven Jackson to run into the stands and throw punches at the fan. This incident was ultimately dubbed Malice at the Palace, a notorious brawl that transcended basketball and changed the landscape of the NBA forever. As some fans eventually started to run onto the court, O'Neal punched a man in the jaw who was running at him. He was subsequently charged with assault and battery for his role in the incident and was sentenced to a year of community service. He was initially suspended 25 games for the incident, but an appeal knocked that down to 15 games. Though O'Neal had a limited/non-instigatory role in the Malice at the Palace, it certainly left a black eye on his legacy as an NBA player. Not something that bodes well for a Hall of Fame case. Once O'Neal got back from a suspension in December of 2004, he was never really the same player. On top of the suspension, he had to miss multiple games during that season with a lingering shoulder injury. He finished that season with 44 games played, and the Pacers finished with a 44-38 record. After beating the Celtics in the first round, they were ironically bounced in the semifinals by the Pistons. While O'Neal was able to make the All-Star team for 3 straight seasons following the Malice at the Palace, his play and ability to stay on the floor started to seriously decline. In his final full season with Indiana in 2007-08, he played in 42 games, starting in 34 of them. He averaged 13.6 points, 6.7 rebounds, and 2.1 blocks in just 28.7 minutes per game, all sizable drops for the numbers he put up in his prime. 2007-08 was the first season he would make the All-Star team since 2000-2001, and he wouldn't make any more of them for the rest of his career. He was traded to the Raptors in the offseason 2008. By the 2008 All-Star break, O'Neal had missed nearly a quarter of the season and had lost his starting spot to up-and-coming center Andre Bargnani. He would be traded to the Heat later that season and would finish his 41 games in Toronto, averaging 13.5 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks. His 2009-10 season in Miami would be his last decent season in terms of his health and productivity. He would play 70 games, averaging 13.6 points, 6.9 rebounds, and 1.4 blocks while playing 28.4 minutes per game. A variety of injuries would further plague him for the rest of his career after that season. He played with the Celtics, Suns, and Warriors up until his final season in 2013-14. From 2010 to 2014, he would play 148 games, 51 games started, posting averages of 7.1 points, 5.1 rebounds, and 1.3 blocks. For the second half of his career, you could argue O'Neal was nothing more than a role player. Despite the late bloom and sour ending of his career, how did O'Neal compare to the other big man superstars of his generation during his prime? Remember, the Hall of Fame is voted by the sports writers. From 2001 to 2007, the top-tier power forwards and centers were Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, and Dirk Nowitzki. Here's how O'Neal's stats match up against theirs, as you see the graphic here. From 2002 to 2007, Jermaine O'Neal shot almost 46% from the field, three-point percentage not great at 18.4, and 20.4 points per game, among other notable statistics. Dirk Nowitzki, much better, 24.6 points, 2-point percentage of 49.6, efficient field goal percentage of 51.3. Kevin Garnett, more in points per game, 2-point percentage is better at 50.5, efficient field goal percentage 50.1, free throw percentage much better at 80%. Tim Duncan, 2002 to 2007. Surprisingly, not that much more points per game than Jermaine O'Neal. 21.7 points, 50.8 field goal percentage, efficient field goal percentage of 50.9, total rebounds of 11.8. And Shaquille O'Neal, absolutely dominant. 24.1 points, efficient field goal percentage. This is insane. 58.4, 2.2 blocks, and a field goal percentage of 58.4. How bad was his free throw percentage? Pretty darn bad, 51.5. While each of those player stats are clearly a bit superior to O'Neal's, it's surprising to see how close he comes up to matching up with them. Shaq and Tim Duncan are top 10 players in the history of the NBA, and Dirk and KG are also considered amongst the best this league has ever seen. O'Neal is second in blocks amongst them with 2.4, just under Duncan's 2.5. The big difference between O'Neal and these four players was sustainability and team success. During this window, Shaq won 3 of his 4 NBA titles, 2 with the Lakers, 1 with the Heat. Duncan won 3 of his 5 titles. Dirk and KG would go on to win a title later in their careers. Also, O'Neal's only real case for the Hall of Fame is his 6 All-Star seasons. Shaq had an 8-year prime going into the 2001 season. Duncan won a championship in 1999, and he was able to develop himself into a championship-level contributor even when he passed his prime, making multiple All-Star, All-NBA, and All-Defensive teams when he was 35-plus years old. KG blossomed an All-Star 5 years prior to 2001 and was an All-Star for 5 of his next 6 seasons in Boston after getting traded by Minnesota in the 2007 offseason. Dirk was just entering his prime around the same time O'Neal was and was able to extend it nearly another decade. To be fair, those 4 are some of the greatest to ever play the game. So just because O'Neal's career didn't play out the same as theirs doesn't mean he doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame. Some of the center/power forward Tier 2 and Tier 3 stars during that time were Ben Wallace, Chris Webber, and Elton Brand. Here's how O'Neal's numbers measure against them. Jermaine O'Neal, once again, 20.4 points per game, efficient field percentage. This is where it kind of hurts him. It's only at 46%, so he wasn't that efficient of a player. Blocks, excellent, 2.4, and then fouls per game, 3.5. For Elton Brand, 20.4 points per game, efficient field goal percentage. It's better than Jermaine O'Neal, 51.5. Free throw percentage, it's still better, 75.2, whereas Jermaine O'Neal was 73.5. How about Chris Webber? Actually, Chris averaged less points per game than Jermaine O'Neal, 19.6. Player fouls, 3. Free throw percentage, 71. Total rebounds, 9.3. So Jermaine O'Neal actually had more rebounds than Chris Webber. For Ben Wallace, not a great offensive player by any stretch of the imagination. Only 7.9 points per game. But here's what hurts Jermaine O'Neal again. 47 efficient field goal percentage, just 46 for Jermaine. Ben Wallace stands out because he had little to no offensive game. He was, however, one of the most prominent centers in the league during that time frame. He was maybe the best defensive center in the league, making every all-defensive team during that stretch with 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards. He also made 5 All-NBA teams and was recently inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000 or visit forestsecurity.com.
Ever since I was a little kid, I've been interested in the ideas of justice and fairness and equality. That's why I became a lawyer. I have the opportunity to advance these ideals. Now more than ever in our world, it is important that we highlight these issues, it's important that we fight for these issues, and my clients know that Keating Law Offices will not just fight for them, but they will fight for these ideals.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. On the weeknights, O'Sullivan's has a late-night menu until 11 p.m. And for the fall season, O'Sullivan's will offer 20% off food for athletes and coaches following home Fenwick games. For more information, go online to o'sullivansfp.com.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. SBS offers live telecasts on Channel 59.3, YouTube, or Twitch. We include pre- and post-game interviews with the players.
You know, I started in the locker room. All the boys were getting going before the game and stuff, and we kind of found a little click at the beginning of the game, so I think that's what got us going.
We also include digital live statistics, play-by-play commentary, team highlight reels, and even more than that. Go online to sportsbroadcastsolutions.com or search Sports Broadcast Solutions on YouTube. SBS, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. At SBS, we offer a professional broadcasting experience for the non-professional athlete. Just like the pros, we offer everything for you. Play-by-play commentary.
A no-hitter at Kane County Stadium. 15 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 error, and that's it.
Color commentary, highlight reels, recruiting videos, and much, much more. Unlike our competitors, we zoom in on the action and always have a live scoreboard with a live time code. If you're ready to have your next sporting event feel like CBS Sports, then make sure to call Sports Broadcast Solutions today. Our phone number is 330-957-7653, or you can go online to sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. SBS, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Missing your child's sporting event just plain stinks. But you don't have to worry about that anymore, thanks to Sports Broadcast Solutions. SBS is a live broadcasting network, as well as covering your on-demand needs, recruiting videos, highlight reels, and much, much more. We can broadcast live to any website, and we also post as much on-demand content as you need. For more information about SBS, check out our website at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Let SBS broadcast your sporting event. We have experience and can generate excitement and permanent digital memories for your team.
Tonight. That time, finally a goal for the Stampede!
We have professional videographers using high-definition modern-day cameras, color analysts, and play-by-play announcers with state-of-the-art, classy graphical scoreboards to keep you updated. Plus, we have commercials to advertise your team, club, or sponsor, and us. Plus, we do pregame and postgame interviews.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the postgame show brought to you by Marion Central Catholic. My name's Kyle Smith. Well, my name doesn't matter. These young ladies matter. It's senior night as the Hurricanes win a battle down the stretch, 48-46.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kramer. I swim 50 breast, 50 free, and 100 back.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world. Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Instead of spending hundreds or thousands with all these college recruiting sites, let us put together your college highlight reel. For just a fraction of your potential college scholarship and significantly less than these recruiting services, we got this. In addition, we put together highlight reels for teams, including high school, your club team, or travel team.
My teammate gave me a great pass, and I just took it. The other team slashed me, took the opportunity, saw where the goalie was weak, and I just shot it there.
Solon, O'Connor, and Marsh back on defense, and Marsh gets a blowout. We got a breakaway at 2-0. A shot, and a goal! So 3-3, the power play was officially over.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital world. Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. For those of you who would like to broadcast or live stream your event, or maybe make a highlight tape but would like a sponsor to fund the event, SBS has a myriad of ways to advertise your sponsor during our broadcasts. We have commercials. We have on-air reads by the announcers.
Albatross Physical Therapy and Wellness specializes in pain-free.
We have graphics, and we have watermarks. Finally, Sports Broadcast Solutions can create a commercial for you or your sponsor. Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world. Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. For those of you that just want raw footage of your sporting event, but no play-by-play or color commentary, you just need us to live stream video from the event over the internet. We will live stream your event on YouTube on our Sports Broadcast Solutions channel. In addition, we also have a dedicated channel on YouTube for live streaming at SBS Livestream. And if you need multiple channels, we can utilize Facebook Livestream and Instagram Live on our channel as well. Options include commercials from your sponsors, professional scoreboard graphics are still available, and of course, yes, pre- and post-game interviews are available as an option if you want.
We've been working really hard this whole summer and stuff.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world. Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. We broadcast sporting events for people of all ages, including adult leagues, high school leagues, and kids. Complete with professional-looking graphics, broadcasters, color analysis, and commercials. We do pre- and post-game interviews with the players. In addition, Sports Broadcast Solutions does highlight films, including college recruiting reels, highlight films you'd see on sports news programs, and just simply highlight films for fun. Sports Broadcast Solutions also provides raw footage and live streams if you'd like. Subscribe to us and listen to our professional talk videos about relevant topics in the pro and college ranks. Whatever your sports broadcast needs, contact us at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com and become part of the digital world. This is Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone. Check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com and become part of the digital sporting world.
Before we celebrated this special night, before we fell in love with our home all over again, we searched for a company to handle our entire remodel, from architecture and material selection to permits and complete construction with impeccable design. We found Airroom.
Visit the Airroom Design Build Center in Lincolnwood to explore your home's potential. Airroom, architects, builders, remodelers. Your project begins at airroom.com.
The early 2000s was a weird time for the NBA, a post-Bulls Jordan league that lacked an overall depth and talent, yet was the last premier era of the NBA big man. You had established superstars such as Shaquille O'Neal, Chris Webber, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, and Alonzo Mourning. You had the up-and-comers such as Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby, Ben Wallace, Dirk Nowitzki, Pau Gasol, Tyson Chandler, and Elton Brand. You even had the veteran Hall of Famers on their last leg, such as Hakeem Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, Karl Malone, and Dikembe Mutombo. Truly a golden era of big man in every phrase of the word. And the big man we'll be focused on today would likely fit in the early 2000s up-and-comer bracket, Jermaine O'Neal. Drafted 17th overall straight out of high school in the historic 1996 NBA draft class that featured Kobe Bryant, Ray Allen, and Steve Nash. O'Neal became the youngest player to ever play in an NBA game at that time. His career lasted 17 seasons, playing for the Trailblazers, Pacers, Raptors, Heat, Celtics, Suns, and Warriors. After joining the Pacers for the 2000-2001 season, O'Neal's career hit an apex that lasted from the 2001-2002 season to the 06-07 campaign. This stretch included 6 straight All-Star appearances, 3 straight All-NBA teams from 2002 to 2004, he was second team in 2004, and a conference finals appearance in 2004. In an era stuffed with centers and power forwards, who ranged from high-quality starters to Hall of Famers, O'Neal was regarded as one of the best in the league during that time. As impressive as he was during his peak, was it enough for him to be considered for the Basketball Hall of Fame? As good as he was as a Pacer, the rest of his career was average at best and arrestable at worst, pun intended. He started in Portland for the 1996-97 season, where he played the next 4 seasons. These Portland teams made the playoffs each season he was there, and even made the conference finals back-to-back years in 99 and 2000. In 2000, they took the Lakers to 7 games, losing 89-84 in the historic game that featured the iconic Kobe to Shaq alley-oop in the closing minutes of the game. By the way, Portland was up by more than 10 points in the game. It was a very successful run for Portland, a run that O'Neal had little to nothing to do with. During his time with the Trailblazers, O'Neal never averaged over 13.5 minutes per game. His most impactful season came in 1998, where he averaged 4.5 points, 3.4 rebounds, and 1 block per game. As underwhelming as O'Neal's career was when he was with Portland, it's hard to place a ton of blame on him for his struggles. In a time where selecting a high school player was still considered a taboo move, he was a teenager playing with grown men. The center and forward positions were especially stacked for Portland, in a roster that featured Arvydas Sabonis, Rasheed Wallace, Scottie Pippen, Detlef Schrempf, and Brian Grant. Unless they're instant generational talent, it's extremely hard for a young prospect to get playing time for an NBA team contending for a title. You even see this in today's NBA, with the Golden State Warriors still trying to figure out how to fit their younger prospects into the rotation. Hard to hold Jermaine's first 4 seasons against him. After the Pacers went into a mini rebuild parting ways with veterans Mark Jackson, Rick Smits, Chris Mullin, and head coach Larry Bird, they traded for O'Neal in 2000. He was put into their starting unit and instantly made huge strides, posting career highs in every major statistical category other than field goal percentage, which makes sense because he went from taking 3 to 4 shots per game to 10 plus. He would average 12.8 points, 9.8 rebounds, and 2.8 blocks for the 2000-2001 season. His next 6 seasons would be what defined his stardom, as he would team up with future Hall of Famer Reggie Miller and future Defensive Player of the Year Ron Artest. But with an aging Reggie Miller and the unpredictable personality that was Ron Artest, O'Neal ultimately became the best player and most valuable player for the Pacers during this time. He averaged 20.4 points, 9.9 rebounds, 2.1 assists, and 2.4 blocks per game, shooting 45.9% from the field between 2001 to 2007. He also had 39.3 win shares, 25.7 defensive, 13.6 offensive, a plus-minus of 1.7, 1.0 defensive, and 0.8 offensive, and a player efficiency rating of 20.3 in those seasons. To put these stats in context, one player who puts up similar numbers to O'Neal in today's game is Domantas Sabonis. While a much better passer than O'Neal ever was, and not quite the defender, Sabonis has 43.5 win shares, 25.8 offensive and 17.7 defensive, a plus-minus of 2.3, 1.3 offensive and 0.9 defensive, and a player efficiency rating of 19.3. Sabonis just recently finished his 7th season. O'Neal's success on the court translated to the success of the team. The Pacers would win 312 games to 262 games lost and make the playoffs 5 out of 6 possible seasons from 2001 to 2002 to 2006 and 07. His play would get him into 6 straight All-Star games, the 2001 to 2002 Most Improved Player Award, and 3 All-NBA teams. His best season was in 2003 to 2004, where he averaged 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 2.6 blocks. He started 78 games that season, made second-team All-NBA, and finished third in MVP voting. The Pacers would go 61-21 that year and make it to the conference finals, where they lost in 6 games to the 2004 NBA champion Detroit Pistons. By 2004, O'Neal was certainly in the conversation with best big men in the league. At that time, that conversation included players like Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, and Dirk Nowitzki, 4 players with Hall of Fame resumes, if they're not in already. But it would be the 2004-05 season that would define O'Neal's career, and not in the way anyone would have hoped. The Pacers started off the season hot with a 7-2 start, which would have projected them to finish the season 64-18, 3 wins better than the last season of 61-21. Then, in a game against the Pistons on November 19, 2004, it all came to a crashing halt. The Pacers had a commanding 97-82 lead over their division rival in the closing minute of the road game in Detroit. After a hard foul at the rim on Ben Wallace by Ron Artest, an enraged Wallace came after Artest. Wallace had to be held back by teammates and security for multiple minutes, while Artest was moved by the scoring table, where he started to lay down. As Artest lay down on the scoring table, a fan threw a drink at him, which instigated a brawl that caused Artest and teammate Steven Jackson to run into the stands and throw punches at the fan. This incident was ultimately dubbed Malice at the Palace, a notorious brawl that transcended basketball and changed the landscape of the NBA forever. As some fans eventually started to run onto the court, O'Neal punched a man in the jaw who was running at him. He was subsequently charged with assault and battery for his role in the incident and was sentenced to a year of community service. He was initially suspended 25 games for the incident, but an appeal knocked that down to 15 games. Though O'Neal had a limited/non-instigatory role in the Malice at the Palace, it certainly left a black eye on his legacy as an NBA player. Not something that bodes well for a Hall of Fame case. Once O'Neal got back from a suspension in December of 2004, he was never really the same player. On top of the suspension, he had to miss multiple games during that season with a lingering shoulder injury. He finished that season with 44 games played, and the Pacers finished with a 44-38 record. After beating the Celtics in the first round, they were ironically bounced in the semifinals by the Pistons. While O'Neal was able to make the All-Star team for 3 straight seasons following the Malice at the Palace, his play and ability to stay on the floor started to seriously decline. In his final full season with Indiana in 2007-08, he played in 42 games, starting in 34 of them. He averaged 13.6 points, 6.7 rebounds, and 2.1 blocks in just 28.7 minutes per game, all sizable drops for the numbers he put up in his prime. 2007-08 was the first season he would make the All-Star team since 2000-2001, and he wouldn't make any more of them for the rest of his career. He was traded to the Raptors in the offseason 2008. By the 2008 All-Star break, O'Neal had missed nearly a quarter of the season and had lost his starting spot to up-and-coming center Andre Bargnani. He would be traded to the Heat later that season and would finish his 41 games in Toronto, averaging 13.5 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks. His 2009-10 season in Miami would be his last decent season in terms of his health and productivity. He would play 70 games, averaging 13.6 points, 6.9 rebounds, and 1.4 blocks while playing 28.4 minutes per game. A variety of injuries would further plague him for the rest of his career after that season. He played with the Celtics, Suns, and Warriors up until his final season in 2013-14. From 2010 to 2014, he would play 148 games, 51 games started, posting averages of 7.1 points, 5.1 rebounds, and 1.3 blocks. For the second half of his career, you could argue O'Neal was nothing more than a role player. Despite the late bloom and sour ending of his career, how did O'Neal compare to the other big man superstars of his generation during his prime? Remember, the Hall of Fame is voted by the sports writers. From 2001 to 2007, the top-tier power forwards and centers were Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, and Dirk Nowitzki. Here's how O'Neal's stats match up against theirs, as you see the graphic here. From 2002 to 2007, Jermaine O'Neal shot almost 46% from the field, three-point percentage not great at 18.4, and 20.4 points per game, among other notable statistics. Dirk Nowitzki, much better, 24.6 points, 2-point percentage of 49.6, efficient field goal percentage of 51.3. Kevin Garnett, more in points per game, 2-point percentage is better at 50.5, efficient field goal percentage 50.1, free throw percentage much better at 80%. Tim Duncan, 2002 to 2007. Surprisingly, not that much more points per game than Jermaine O'Neal. 21.7 points, 50.8 field goal percentage, efficient field goal percentage of 50.9, total rebounds of 11.8. And Shaquille O'Neal, absolutely dominant. 24.1 points, efficient field goal percentage. This is insane. 58.4, 2.2 blocks, and a field goal percentage of 58.4. How bad was his free throw percentage? Pretty darn bad, 51.5. While each of those player stats are clearly a bit superior to O'Neal's, it's surprising to see how close he comes up to matching up with them. Shaq and Tim Duncan are top 10 players in the history of the NBA, and Dirk and KG are also considered amongst the best this league has ever seen. O'Neal is second in blocks amongst them with 2.4, just under Duncan's 2.5. The big difference between O'Neal and these four players was sustainability and team success. During this window, Shaq won 3 of his 4 NBA titles, 2 with the Lakers, 1 with the Heat. Duncan won 3 of his 5 titles. Dirk and KG would go on to win a title later in their careers. Also, O'Neal's only real case for the Hall of Fame is his 6 All-Star seasons. Shaq had an 8-year prime going into the 2001 season. Duncan won a championship in 1999, and he was able to develop himself into a championship-level contributor even when he passed his prime, making multiple All-Star, All-NBA, and All-Defensive teams when he was 35-plus years old. KG blossomed an All-Star 5 years prior to 2001 and was an All-Star for 5 of his next 6 seasons in Boston after getting traded by Minnesota in the 2007 offseason. Dirk was just entering his prime around the same time O'Neal was and was able to extend it nearly another decade. To be fair, those 4 are some of the greatest to ever play the game. So just because O'Neal's career didn't play out the same as theirs doesn't mean he doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame. Some of the center/power forward Tier 2 and Tier 3 stars during that time were Ben Wallace, Chris Webber, and Elton Brand. Here's how O'Neal's numbers measure against them. Jermaine O'Neal, once again, 20.4 points per game, efficient field percentage. This is where it kind of hurts him. It's only at 46%, so he wasn't that efficient of a player. Blocks, excellent, 2.4, and then fouls per game, 3.5. For Elton Brand, 20.4 points per game, efficient field goal percentage. It's better than Jermaine O'Neal, 51.5. Free throw percentage, it's still better, 75.2, whereas Jermaine O'Neal was 73.5. How about Chris Webber? Actually, Chris averaged less points per game than Jermaine O'Neal, 19.6. Player fouls, 3. Free throw percentage, 71. Total rebounds, 9.3. So Jermaine O'Neal actually had more rebounds than Chris Webber. For Ben Wallace, not a great offensive player by any stretch of the imagination. Only 7.9 points per game. But here's what hurts Jermaine O'Neal again. 47 efficient field goal percentage to just 46 for Jermaine. Ben Wallace stands out because he had little to no offensive game. He was, however, one of the most prominent centers in the league during that time frame. He was maybe the best defensive center in the league, making every all-defensive team during that stretch with 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards. He also made 5 All-NBA teams and was recently inducted into the Hall of Fame. The more apt comparisons to O'Neal would be Chris Webber and Elton Brand. All 3 have similar stats during this time. 2010 players who thrived in the post, pick and roll, and mid-range. Webber, who's now a Hall of Famer, had the better career of the 3. Like O'Neal, he struggled to find his place early in his career, bouncing from the Warriors to the Bullets/Wizards before ultimately landing with the Kings. But despite this situation, Webber still managed to put up all-star level numbers. From 1993 to 2001, he averaged 21.8 points, 10.2 rebounds, 4.3 assists, 1.8 blocks, and 1.5 steals, shooting 50% from the field. He was also a couple questionable calls away from making the finals. Elton Brand, who's not in the Hall of Fame, has the most similar career arc to O'Neal. He basically had an 8-year apex from his rookie year in 1999 to 2000 to 2006 to 07. A couple games into the 2007-8 season, he tore his Achilles and was never quite the same player after that. He was an effective role player for the next 5 to 6 seasons, but not the star that he once was. He was in essence the same dilemma as O'Neal when it comes to making a Hall of Fame case. Was he dominant for a long enough time to justify him being inducted? After breaking his career down in full, it's time to answer the big question. Does Jermaine O'Neal belong in the Basketball Hall of Fame? To answer a question with a question, would the Basketball Hall of Fame's legitimacy be in question if Jermaine O'Neal was inducted into it? The answer is no. O'Neal had a fine career, a good career, Better than most NBA players, and even most athletes can say that they had. At his absolute peak, you could have made the case that he was one of the best 10 to 15 players in the world. But as good as his peak was, it lasted between 3 to 6 seasons, probably closer to 3. The rest of his career was at best a high-end role player, and at worst, an injury-prone scrub. The malice at the Palace definitely put a permanent stain on an overall good NBA career, because once again, it's voted by the sports writers, and when you have negative publicity around you, that can follow you when it comes to Hall of Fame voting. But let's be honest, it's not like it's the only thing keeping him from being a Hall of Famer. Derrick Rose had an incredible peak of his career. He was an MVP who took his team to the conference finals. Do his 3 All-Star seasons put him in the Hall of Fame? Penny Hardaway made 3 All-NBA teams and was the second best player on a team that made the NBA Finals. Does he deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? Not to rag on O'Neal, Hardaway, and Rose's careers, they were all good players who had some great seasons that deserve to be remembered. But when you think of...
He waved. We are broadcasting live from Benedictine University for Illinois High School Association football. Rick Guerin, my broadcast partner, and we have a special matinee version of the 3-3 Benet Academy Red Wings taking on the 2-4 St. Patrick's Shamrocks. And Rick Guerin, Benet Academy is fighting for their playoff lives. We need this win today. What do you got to say?
Well, Mark, first of all, great to have football on a Saturday at 1 o'clock, right? Very, very exciting. Beautiful day here in Lisle, Illinois. A little breezy, but it's great to be out here. This game couldn't be bigger for Benet. You know, you always say every game is big and you take one game at a time. Benet needs to win 2 of the next 3 to be playoff eligible. It starts today, the season. This is the last 3 games, and I think they're going to do it. I think they had a good week of practice. We've had a lot of injuries.
Lots of
a lot of really, really great players out for the Red Wings, but the guys who are here have to step up, and it starts with the Shamrocks of St. Pat. Let's go.
You mentioned brisk. It is brisk out here. Beautiful day, sunny day. It's got a nice breeze, and I do think it's going to be a factor. It's not like the weather we've had previously here.
Well, I know we had talked about doing some kind of Hawaiian theme today with the shirts off, but I'm glad we scrapped that and went with Benet garb.
Emmy Arteaga kicking off for the Shamrocks, and that's going to go out of the end zone for a touchback, and Benet will take over at their own 20. You mentioned injuries. Declan Walsh, Pat Patello, Vince Lavaca, all out this week.
Colin McAndrew.
Colin McAndrew as well.
So, yeah, Bennett's definitely been hit. Every team at this point has injuries to deal with, right? But Benet seems to have really had quite a few at key positions. But, like we said, there's kids behind them that have to step up and play their game. And they know if they want to keep going into the postseason, it starts right here. And I love the pink shirts they have on under their jerseys today for, I used to call it Breast Awareness Month, but that's not it. It's Cancer Awareness Month.
Cancer awareness. Kubaki looks directly to his right, now swings it out to this near side, and it's completed, and a nice pickup of about 7 or 8 yards. That was to Doyle, number 29. He's the sophomore, and Luke's been really good these last 2 games.
Yeah, Mark, I think you're going to see with an extra week, Pat Patello went down a few weeks ago against De La Salle, and he caught a lot of the attention. But some of these younger guys now are going to step up, and they've had a couple weeks of practice to try to get their timing down. So expect them to be more involved in the offense, and you're seeing it here again.
Now, the jet sweep, that was to Rosanova to the far side of the field. He picked up maybe a yard or two, but there's a flag on that far sideline, Rick. I don't know what it's for, possibly
Actually,
a hold.
You're right. Jeez, there we go.
It starts already.
10 years in, and I can't see a thing.
Special thing to note here. This is our 10th and final year as a broadcast team. And barring a playoff run, this could be our last broadcast.
Very well could be.
Together.
Very well could be.
Unless, of course, we're brought back on a reunion tour.
I would hope so.
Some type of all-star team. Who knows?
I would hope so. Basketball season's right around the corner.
So it was a hold on the Red Wings. That's going to back it up. So now it's going to be 2nd and 11, unfortunately, Rick. Luke Wild in the slot there on that far side of the field. That's going to be a handoff to Kane. He's going to kick over there, and he's slammed out of bounds. But he picked up about 4 or 5 yards, Rick.
It's a nice run to get to the outside. I think that's going to be open today, Mark. I think they're going to mix up the offense enough that you're going to see some of those plays for some big gains.
3rd and 8. I may have been a little bit generous with my 4-yard pickup.
You know what? I think he must have stepped out of bounds because I thought he was a couple yards forward as well. But this is a big play early for the Red Wing offense.
Trips receivers to this near side. Kubaki drops straight back. Now he's got to scramble to his right. He's at the 15, the 20, the 25. Does a little move there, and he's got a first down, Rick.
Well, that's where Ryan is at his most dangerous. When he's out of the pocket, looking downfield, directing guys where to block. A little pump fake in there, but he stayed in bounds. He could have gone out of bounds there and avoided a hit, but he knew where that first down marker was. Great run, and this is what the Red Wing offense needs. They cannot be 3 and out like they had the last couple of weeks. They need a long, sustained, hopefully a score on the first drive.
1st and 10 from the 36. Kubaki standing back at his own 30. Here's Kane in motion now. Now he's just to the left of Kubaki, and Kubaki rolls to his left, now unleashes it. And the incomplete pass there, I think it was a little bit low, but I think that's a tough pass. When you're rolling to your left there like that, that's a tough, you got to throw it across your body.
I'm not sure if he's a nephew of yours or not, but that was a very catchable ball. And that's a ball you have to catch in a game like this, Mark. So he turned his head a little bit before he actually secured the ball, and I think that's all it was.
2nd and 10 for the Red Wings. 9:45 left to go in this first quarter. Kubaki, another pass, swings it out. That's a completion. Looks like Luke Weil.
Mark, that's a beautifully designed play. If you watch, the linemen let them come in on this screenplay, and then they were at the second level, already blocking the linebackers.
Yeah, we saw some nice blocking downfield that's been lacking in some of our prior games. So I'd like to see that stock blocking downfield. It's going to bring up a 3rd and short, Rick. Benet at the 45-yard line. Here's an inside handoff to Kane. He bangs, and he's down to the 50, and that's a first down for the Red Wings, and that keeps The chain's moving, Rick.
Well, you know what that was? That was some old school Benet Academy running the ball.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Got hit at the line of scrimmage.
Kept his feet moving.
Kept his feet pumping.
Yeah.
Got another 3 yards out of it, and another Red Wing first down.
Rosa Nova split out way over there to the far side of the field.
So, Mark, I don't know if you've noticed in these first 7 or 8 plays. Oh, hold on.
Kubaki's throwing it to him on that far sideline. He's got a completion. He's at the 10, the 5, touchdown Rosa Nova, touchdown Red Wing Nation.
Well, what a beautiful ball by Kubaki, right?
Perfect.
Right in stride. Rocky got held up a little bit by the defender. You could see it. I thought maybe we were going to see an early flag. Beat that and caught a beautiful touchdown. What a great start for the Red Wings.
Great play, great execution, nice pass, nice catch.
Great start.
Daniel Flores on to attempt the extra point. Kubaki Jr. is now the holder because Patello's out.
Well, I'll tell you after this play, Mark.
Ball is down, kick is up, and the Red Wings are up 7-0.
It's the most overlooked position in all of sports. Is the holder. If somebody can't hold, then they have no business being on the field, right? Because that is absolutely vital. A 1-point game, a 2-point game, you just never know.
Valid point, valid point. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come right back.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Flores kick, end over end, fielded at the 3-yard line. Now he's at the 10, the 15, and he's brought down just past the 20. And the Shamrocks will take over at about the 22-yard line. Rick, you mentioned the injuries. I don't want to violate any HIPAA regulations, but I can tell you under very good information, Colin McAndrew had a successful knee surgery yesterday. Pat Patello had a very successful surgery and yesterday as well, and they're both at home recovering. And then Lavaca is having his surgery this week. So we're wishing them the best and quick recoveries and hope they're feeling better.
Absolutely, and I think nothing will make them feel better than a Red Wing victory here today.
No doubt, no doubt. For the Shamrocks, Colin Hay is at quarterback. To his left is Anthony Holloway. He hands off to him, who goes off the right side. Now he bounces back, and there's Rooney and 3 other tacklers, and they bring him down for a loss. That's a great way to start the defensive series.
So Liam Rooney is going to get the tackle there, right? They're going to give it to him, but that is a total defensive effort. Great push by the defensive line. Everybody was involved there. You know, I'm seeing a lot of what we've been so proud of Benet over the years, right? Running hard, keep your feet pumping, and on defense, 6-7 Red Wings around the ball. That's a good formula for success.
2nd and 14 for the Shamrocks. Hay hands off to Holloway. This time he tries the right side, and he's wrapped up again. Another loss, maybe 2 yards, Rick. Another great stop. I like the way this game's starting.
Well, there's a lot of football left, right? We've been on the other side of this, and you've heard me say that anything can happen in high school football, and usually does. But if you were going to script the first quarter here, this is a lot what it would look like.
Trips receivers to this near side. Hay is standing back at his own 12. He drops straight back. He's got some pressure, and he's hit as he throws. That's an incomplete pass, and they're going to have to punt, Rick.
So they're going to punt. That's a great rush. It looked like that was O'Grady on the initial hit there, Mark, who's gotten a lot of minutes on defense here in the last few games. He's a disruptor, right? He gets in there. He's not afraid. he's got a motor that this defense needed. So they're going to punt from close to their own end zone.
Charlie O'Grady, you're right. He came over from the offense. He was a receiver, but they've moved him over to the defensive side. The last 2 weeks, he's done a great job of, I think you said, disrupting. Here's the snap. The punt is off. Bounces at the 45. Now they're just going to stay away from it, and it's going to roll down. Nice roll for the Shamrocks, and it's going to stop at about the 22-yard line. That's where Benet will take over with 7:10 left to go in this first quarter, leading 7-0. We'll take a break.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought
drive of the game. 7:10 left to go.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of
left, but the ball's batted up in the air. It looks like number 57 for St. Patrick may have gotten his big old paws up on that. That's Aiden Gomez, 6'1", 220 senior.
Yeah, that's we talked about it earlier. When Ryan is at his most dangerous, he's out of the pocket, right? He's got a great arm, but that was a tough play for him with a bigger defensive lineman in his face.
Here's a handoff to that jet sweep.
That was Rocky Rosanova, it looks like.
No, that was Doyle.
Doyle.
29.
Doyle.
Picks up about 4 yards. That's going to bring up a 3rd and 6. And Rick, you know, I did not mention another guy's out this week, Declan Walsh. That's a huge loss, both offensively and defensively. Great tight end and defensive end. We got some in-game stats for you.
Yeah, guys, on that drive, Ryan Kubacki, very impressive. 2 of 3 for 60 yards, and, of course, the touchdown to Rocky Rosanova. Great start for the Red Wings.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Hopefully we can keep that going.
Kubacki drops straight back. He's got some time. Now he throws it over the middle. Man, it looks like an interference, and there it is.
And you know what, Mark? It was tough because I think he had his left arm on him on the play, right?
Yeah,
so it was a late flag, but I think it was the correct call. Yep. So that's going to be an automatic first down.
I was saying Walsh was defensive end and a tight end for us. That's a big loss for him. We're hoping that he gets a speedy recovery as well and gets back for the Red Wings. But that penalty moves the chains for the Red Wings, and they will now have 1st and 10 from their own 36-yard line. 6:18 left to go in this first quarter. Becker goes in motion. Now Kubacki's going to keep it rolling to his right, and he's popped after maybe a pickup of 2 yards.
Kept him in bounds. You know, Kubacki is a kid who's not afraid to take that contact. We've seen that week in, week out. Again, could take the easy way out, go out of bounds, but he actually goes at the defender and grabs a yard or two.
No, Kubacki, he's just a tough kid. I think I've told you this before, but I had the good fortune of coaching him when he was a 5th grader on a 5th and 6th grade team. And Ryan started in front of a lot of 6th graders and was just a hard-nosed, tough kid that loved to be out on the field. Kubacki swings it out to that left side. Looks like he's got Doyle again. And Doyle's going to be just a yard short of the first down.
So, Mark, that's a play that gets stopped a lot earlier, but some great blocking downfield by the receivers on that side. They both locked up their man and got them an extra 7 yards. That play only works if you're getting that blocking from your receivers.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know this. Most receivers don't sign up for that, right? That's not where they wanted to play wide receiver as a kid.
Doyle has really looked great these last few games. He does remind me so much of Pat Patello.
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
3rd and short. Kubacki's going to keep it right up the middle. He's got a first down and then some. Spins, and he's brought down. Looks like he's at the 44-yard line.
Mark, that's a great run, but that run is made by the offensive line. You had a huge push there from Rhodey and Guerin on that side of the football. pushed their guys back, had a hole for Kubaki, first down Red Wings.
The drive continues. 1st and 10 from the Shamrocks 45. Kubaki takes the snap. Now he pitches it. This is Lawler. Lawler's got some traffic over there, and I think he may have got back to the original line of scrimmage, maybe picked up a yard. Lawler had a knee injury and came back this season, and we've seen him the last 2 weeks. He's looked good in coming back. We've got a player down here. This is number 3, Patrick Lydon for the Shamrocks. Let's take a break while they take a look at him.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Second and 9 for the Red Wings. A little bit of a different formation here. He's got his X right in front of him. And here's the jet sweep.
That's illegal motion, Mark. There's,
yeah.
Oh, no, somebody moved. There.
Legal procedure on the Red Wings. That's going to back them up. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Penalties are drive killers.
Yeah. They were trying something different there, you could tell, and they weren't all in sync.
So with that, it'll be a 2nd and 14, Rick.
You know, Mark, I think this is the time. You're moving the ball really well, right? You've got all the momentum. Let's not get too cute. Keep doing what's working right now, and that's a nice mix of some screens, some running, and then looking downfield. And there's that screen.
Here's the screen to Doyle, and it's wrapped up quickly by number 7. That's Declan O'Malley. Love that name.
Well, he's definitely born to be a Shamrock. That is a beautiful open field tackle. Really nice play by number 7 for the Shamrocks.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you how many times I come up in the booth before the game, and Rick is looks like he's running for the mayor of Lisle. And he was chatting with the people next door to us here. A class reunion, 45-year class reunion.
That's
for the
right.
Class of 75.
Class of 78.
Kubaki scrambles now, and he's got some running room, and he breaks the tackle. He's past the first down marker. He's at the 30, the 29. Wow, he looks really good in the open field today.
He looks really sharp. It's almost, I'm not comparing him to this person, but it's kind of like the Justin Fields situation. I feel like the shackles are off a little bit, and he's able to do some things that maybe he wasn't encouraged to do the last few weeks, right?
Yes.
And he's more comfortable in the offense with that flow. So that was a really, really impressive run. Another first down for the Red Wings.
They're just inside the 30 of the Shamrocks, and Kubaki hands it off to Lawler. He goes over that left side, plows forward, picks up maybe 2 yards, 3 yards.
But that's a nice play to mix things up, right? You don't want to keep going to the well with what you're doing. You want to give some different looks, and that was nice.
It's really nice to have Lawler in there to give Kane a break every once in a while.
Yeah.
And the two of them, the thunder and lightning thing working here. Nice team in the running back position there for the Red Wings. Speaking of which, Lawler checks out, Kane checks in. Trips formation here on the near side of the field. Becker at that X position. Now Kane goes in motion. He's going to swing it out to him, and He's got it with the completion, and he's dragged out of bounds at about the 24-yard line, picks up about 6 yards.
Mark, these receivers really seem in sync today, too. Again, we haven't seen great blocking downfield, right, with the receivers. And today, I feel like they must have worked on practice or really emphasized it, because you're seeing that those blocks being held a little bit longer than they have in the past and allowing those guys to get a few extra yards.
2:04 left to go in this first quarter. Benet leading 7-0. They've got a third and a long 4, Rick.
This is if you're the Shamrock defense, Mark. You're looking for Kubacki to keep the ball in his hands and scramble for that first down.
Rosanova on this near side. Here's Becker in motion. He's going to look over to Kane out of the backfield, and he's got a completion.
That's a first down, Mark.
And they're going to move the chains. I like it. It was just enough. He knew exactly where the marker was.
Yeah.
Caught the pass and got the first down.
I like that play. He got the ball out of his hand very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it wasn't an easy catch. It was over his inside shoulder towards the sideline.
Short side of the field.
Yeah. It was a tougher catch than it probably looked.
1st and 10 for the Red Wings. Kubacki now fakes the pitch. He's looking in the end zone, but they're good coverage. Now he scrambles to his right, and he dumps it.
Mark, you're exactly right. Oh,
now we got a flag for intentional, but he's out of the illegal man downfield. That's what it is.
Yep.
You know, we've talked about it's not intentional.
No, it's not intentional grounding.
I think it's that run-pass option, and it's so tough when the linemen think he's scrambling, so they don't know that they can't go down that.
It's a really tough play with the running quarterback, right? I mean, you're taught all week, you hold your first block, then you go second level. You keep blocking until the whistle. You make sure that you're in front of an opposite jersey, and that play just lasted a little bit longer. Good news is it wasn't a completion, but you do lose 5 yards on the play.
1st and 15 now for the Red Wings. Kubacki looks back to the sidelines. Watch Rosanova here on this near side. Nope, handoff to Kane. He goes right over that right guard slot, and he picks up, I think he's back to the original line of scrimmage, Rick.
You know what, Mark? I was watching it because I thought you were right. I thought maybe that was the one-on-one play that they were looking for there.
Yeah.
But Rocky did something that every young receiver should be doing out there. He knew it's a run play, and he hammered the defensive back across from him. Even though he wasn't in the play and it wasn't going to come out to his way, he put a little bit of punishment back on the other way. So now, when you line up at a receiver position, that guy's a little bit more tentative to play close up to you, right? Because you don't know if he's going to blow by me or is he looking to drive me into the ground. A couple guys I want to thank that are out there listening like they have been for most of the last 10 years. Neil Fitzgerald out in California. Thank you for being one of our best listeners out there. I don't know if Jake Fitzgerald's on there, but another one. Big supporters of what we've done. And really appreciate everybody who's been listening and want to finish this thing off with a W.
Jack Clancy, number 55, senior outside linebacker, went to same area of the Woods Grammar School.
Oh.
He
not easy to get into.
But he's walking off the field, so he looks like he's going to be okay. Brings up a 2nd and 11 for the Red Wings. 1:39 left to go in this first quarter. Benet still leading 7-0. Kubacki standing at about the 24-yard line, drops straight back, swings it over to Kane, but he doesn't have much room. He's got 2 or 3 Shamrocks right there, and that's going to be a loss.
So that didn't fool anybody.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They saw that, and there was 2 or 3 Shamrocks sitting on that play waiting for it.
So now we've got a 3rd and 15 situation. What was a promising drive there now puts us in a long 3rd and 15 situation. We'll see what the Red Wings dial up here.
Mark, I'm playing. Honestly, if that play for 7 or 8 yards is open to get better field position in the middle of the field and able to let them field goal, you do it.
Yeah.
You don't need to score a touchdown here. But you
Kubacki
can't take a
drops
sack.
Straight back. He's got some pressure, scrambles to his right. Now hits Rosanova, and he's going to be tackled at about the 15-yard line.
Well, Mark, they didn't call it, but number 8 is exactly right.
He was out of bounds. Yeah.
He stepped out of bounds. You cannot step out of bounds and come back into the field of play and be the guy who touches the ball first.
Right, right.
And that's exactly what just happened. They didn't call it. The ref is over here saying, I didn't see it. Number 3 is like, I don't know how you missed it. It was right in front of you. And that banter is going on back and forth.
So that's going to bring up a 4th and 6, Rick. They are at the 19-yard line, and that's going to be the end of the first quarter. So we'll take a break. with the Benet trailing 7-0.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Before we celebrated this special night,
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
Before you know it,
Laura's kick was good, but there's a penalty flag, encroachment on the defense. So that'll keep the drive going.
Stats on the game thus far, guys. Ryan Kubacki, 6 of 10, and 45 all-purpose, 51 for Rosanova.
So that doesn't give him a first down, but as it shortens
Mark,
the distance.
Here's the thing I always worry about. I don't like to take my points off the clock, right? I mean, it's really kind of a scary situation. You have got to get this first down.
Kubacki looks right now. He scrambles to his right. He's got some running room, but he's going to be knocked out. Let's see.
So they didn't get it. You take the field goal off the board, and it's Pat's ball.
God, that's killer.
You keep 2 scores. You're playing for a playoff position. You keep the 2 scores. I don't get that at all.
No, that's frustrating. 11:53, big stop there by St. Patrick.
I mean, 10-0 the way your defense is playing, and this offense hasn't really showed too much.
Yeah.
Now it's still a 1-score game where anything can happen.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to take that off in that situation.
Hey.
Boy, that's a killer.
Looks back to his sideline. Now he looks like he makes a little bit of an audible or some type of line call. Takes the snap, drops straight back. He's got some pressure now, scrambles to his left, and he's brought down, and there's the safety, and there's the score that you wanted, Rick.
That's a safety. Will Van Sumeren. I talked to him last night. He was ready to go. He felt healthy, healthier than he had all season. So, listen, you get 2 back, you get the ball. I still don't agree with the last call. I'm going to harp on this.
Would you roll with it?
I'm going to
roll
harp
with
on
me
this
here.
the rest of the season.
We got a fortunate break there. Great play by Van Sumeren. We get the ball back, and we get the 2 points. So, Hay held the ball a little too long there.
Well, he did, but doesn't that, it goes back to prove the point where the offense hasn't shown much at that point, right? So you kick off, you put him down there. You want to do everything you can in that situation.
No, that was key for the Red Wings. So Benet takes a 9-0 lead and will get the ball back with 11:48 left to go in this first half. Wow, that was big. Van Sumeren comes up big.
Yeah, Rooney was at one-on-one. I thought Rooney was going to get to him for a second, made him roll out to his left. Van Sumeren was waiting for him and finished the job. We're starting to see a crowd kind of filter in here, Mark. All of a sudden, people are realizing there's some Saturday football here at Lyle, and the weather's pretty nice, and they're starting to come out here in droves.
Artiga kicking off from his 20 now, and that's going to be fielded at about the 32, now at the 40, That's Luke Wild, and he's brought down at about the 45-yard line, so great field position for the Red Wings.
I mean, when you start off at midfield and the way that we're moving the ball, that's a dangerous spot for the Shamrock defense. I think that was the kicker from '88 Miami. Is that what, Huerta? He was at the University of Miami, I think, for 9 seasons.
Now, what was funny, I thought, was Wild kept going back further and further to field the kick. Usually they tell you if it's over your head, you go forward and let the guys in the back. But I think Wild wanted to return a kick so
I do
badly.
too. And, that would have dropped a little bit in no man's land too.
True. Wild goes in motion. Kubacki, a little bit of a high snap, now slings it out to Wild on that far side. He makes a spin move, and he picks up a nice 4 yards, Rick.
Yeah, that's a nice play. That snap, it might have come a little bit to his left, or Ryan was already going to the right.
To the right, yeah. You're right. I think you're right.
I think he was just a second ahead of where the snap was. But nice job getting it back under control and making the play.
Becker checks out. You've got McKeague here on the near side. Kubacki now swings it out quickly to that far side. That looks like Doyle, and he's going to be really close to that first down. We'll see where they mark it, Rick.
So they've got Mikey Burke playing a little bit of tight end today.
Yes.
In Declan Walsh's absence.
Yep.
So he's a big target, soft hands, and can block. So glad to see that he's stepping in there and running with this as well. But if you notice this Benet offense, Mark, they're not looking to the sideline 5, 6, 7 times and changing plays and calling different plays. They're snapping the ball and they're getting the play off.
Yeah, I like the timing of the offense.
They're moving so much quicker, as I say it.
3rd and 1 for the Red Wings. Yeah, now they slow it up a little bit, but 3rd and 1.
You just want to run behind those hogs up front.
Kubacki's going to keep it over this left side, and he's got the first down, Rick.
Big 77 was out there trying to lead the charge.
That's big Quinn Guerin.
And then gave Kubacki a little tap on the head. Said, nice job. We're here for you. Let's make sure we score.
1st and 10 for the Red Wings at the St. Patrick's 41-yard line. 10:47 left to go in this first half. Benet leading 9-0. Kubacki's got Kane to his left. Doyle now jogs out to that far sideline. Rosanova and Wild here in the slot. Doyle in motion. They fake the jet sweep, and he's got a heavy pressure, and he fumbles it, and it's recovered by, that looks like 57 for St. Patrick, Aiden Gomez. You know what? I don't think he felt that pressure.
He absolutely did not. It came from the right side, and it came fast. There was 2 guys on him really, really quick.
Ouch. Yeah. Ouch. Well, unfortunately, that's a turnover for the Red Wings. And you hate to see that because they had a nice drive going, great field position, and, ifs and buts, but we could have gone up 16-0.
Well, and I'm going for 2. I'm going up 3 scores. I want to make it 17. Really put the pressure on the Shamrocks.
Hand off to Holloway over the left side. Now he bounces it. He's got some running room to the outside. He's at the 40, and he's dragged down at about the 42-yard line. That's Rosanova with the tackle. Rosanova did a nice job of fighting off the block.
He sure
and making
did.
the tackle.
That was a hell of a play because if he doesn't do it, it's a touchdown.
9-yard pickup. That's going to bring up a 2nd and 1.
Boy, that's a nice play by Rocky. But where were the outside linebackers and where were the defensive ends on that play? Because there was a lot. Here it is again.
This is Holloway off the right side.
Here it is again.
And he's got another 8 or 9 yards, Rick. Yeah, they're picking up big chunks of yardage. They start on an inside run, but it's like he's kicking it out to the outside, and he's got plenty of running room, too much running room. And where are the backers and the corners coming up to make that hit,
Well, I think what's happened, too, is they see something they like on the outside right now. So that's 2 plays in a row, one to the left, one to the right. It opens up things when you have to really kind of spread out your defense a little bit.
Holloway right up the middle this time. Brought down quickly. maybe a yard, Rick. That's going to bring up a 2nd and 9 for St. Patrick. Linebacker Devine with the tackle for the Red Wings.
That's number 45, Quinn Devine.
He could play for St. Patrick with that name. Now we've got a legal procedure call on St. Patrick.
This is gonna push them back a little bit. Yeah, Mark, that's a tough fumble. You know, you had the ball, you had 3 points on the board, then you're moving the ball, it's 3rd and 1. Again, maybe right behind those Hogs up front 2 times, right, and try to get that first down.
2nd and 14 now for the Shamrocks. Hay back at the 35-yard line, hands it off to Holloway, goes right over that left guard slot, and he's got it back maybe just short of the original line of scrimmage. So it's going to be a 3rd, let's call it 3rd and 11, Rick.
So there was some success, a lot of success last week up the middle with number 6 from St. Lawrence, the running back Ball.
That guy was strong.
I don't think this guy is that same kind of runner.
No.
So it's interesting. They had 2 plays of great success going out to the left and the right, out to the outside. In the last 2, they've been kind of trying to pound the middle.
8:23 left to go in this first half. Hay drops straight back. He's got some pressure. Now throws it, a wobbly pass over the middle, and it's broken up. That's Rosanova. Did a nice job of batting the ball out of the air there.
You know, it was interesting, Mark, as you watch that play, he's beat by a few yards on that play, and that ball hung up in the air a little bit too long, and Rocky timed it beautifully and knocked it out. Didn't go for the interception, didn't go for the home run, did the right play and just knocked that thing away.
They're going to try, the ball's going to be placed down on the 34-yard line. This is a 44-yard kick. Not an easy field goal, Rick.
No, it's a long one.
Now we got a timeout. St. Patrick's going to think about this.
I didn't see them warm up kicks, Mark. We've seen some great kickers on this field, right?
Yeah, true.
We really have. I mean, St. Rita last year, that kid was a monster. The kid this year from both Lawrence and
Lawrence had a really good
IC had a good kicker.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true. That's true.
I think high school kickers have just gotten better. Right? I mean, it's unbelievable when you see these guys kick.
I think there's so many more camps and specialty instruction that they get that before it was like, oh, grab a kid. Who's got the best leg? Who can punt? Or if you grabbed a kid off the soccer team who could kick the ball. But now you have guys who are really...
Another one, Kathy Ireland in Unnecessary Roughness, movie from 1990. She had a hell of a leg. Really 2 good ones, but the one that could really kick.
Rick, you know what? I get a question a lot, and I wanted to let you field this one. What do you do? A lot of people ask me, what do you do before the game to prep in your role as, broadcast?
That's a great question,
What
Mark.
do you do?
That's a great question.
Give me a little breakdown. You wake up this morning, what time?
We'll talk about this after the field goal, Mark, but because it's a longer answer
Ball
than the
is
people
on
probably
the
want to hear.
34-yard line. Emmy Arteaga. Kick is a low. It's going to be short.
Mark,
and that's not good.
I'm going to watch it here. I don't know if there was a hand on it or not, but that was a low kick right from the start. It's interesting. You call that timeout there. You run the field goal unit right back out there. It seems a little bit like you probably could have run through without that timeout, but what do I know?
Look, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback this, but you're down 9-0. Either go for it, or if you've got a punter that can bury it in the corner there, why not do that?
Let me throw this at you. You're 2-4. You're playing Saturday. You're down 9-0 early. You're looking for a spark.
You hope that
you keep
maybe
your
that
offense on the field.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, punting is the last thing you're going to do, I think, in that situation. I think you either try to get the points on the board or you keep your offense out there. But
Rosanova goes in motion. Now he swings it back to him on a lateral, and Rocky is brought down quickly. That's number 3, Patrick Lydon.
Nice tackle by Patrick Lydon. That's a tough play. Rocky drops that ball there. It's a live ball. And if he does catch it like he did, you got to hope those guys up front are blocking for you. You got some wiggle room. But he didn't have a chance to make a move. They were on him fast. Good tackle by the Shamrocks. 2nd and long.
McKeague comes out here on the near side. Kubaki all by his lonesome. Drops straight back. Now looks over and hits Doyle at the 20, the 25, and he's spun down. He's going to be about a yard short of the first down, Rick.
That was Ryan Burt, the senior, it looked like, who made the tackle on that. That was a nice tackle because if he doesn't make that play, there's a lot of green in front of him, too.
I know we talk about great names, but this St. Patrick team is lined up with so many great names. Coleman Kelly, Declan O'Malley, Gavin Fitzgerald.
So, Mark, I am going to answer your question a little bit because I did get it also from a friend of the program listening at home today. And I'm sure that's where you got it the first time.
Kubaki's going to keep it rolling right. Now he cuts back, makes a nice move, and he's got the first down.
Mark, have you ever seen the movie Rocky, the original?
Are you kidding me? Of course, Rick.
Well, the pregame is a lot like that. Starts off with half a dozen eggs, straight out of a cup. I've got the gray sweatsuit on. I've got a log that I've cut down myself that I go out there. And then it's game film, game film, game film. I'm here at about 8 in the morning, though, ready for the 1 o'clock game. And I still don't know half the kids on either roster. But you know what? That's what the roster sheets are for.
Interesting.
Yep.
I did not know that about the. I'm not surprised though with the eggs. How many eggs do you go with in the morning, Rick?
I said half a dozen, but it's probably more than that.
Okay. We've got a player down, so we're going to take a break right now. We're going to stop with a stop in the action at 6:35 left to go in this first half. We'll be back.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
That was Jack Costello that was a little shook up, but he was able to walk off under his own ability.
Before you know it,
good. Benet with a 1st and 10. Kubaki looks left the whole time, and it's batted down. He was looking for Rosanova on a quick, like a short post pattern. Rick, you got a special guest that you were just talking to that came to watch the game.
Yeah, she'll be up here at halftime. Lila Rose Ormsby.
Love her. She's fantastic.
Huge fan of the Benet Red Wings and of Quinn Guerin.
Kubaki, now he's going to do a quarterback draw, straight up the middle, does a jump stop, but we've got a flag. I think we're going to have a hold, Rick.
Yeah, and you know, Mark, I got to see it again, but it was a hold that didn't have to happen. It was in the middle of the field, kind of away from the play there. But again, to your point from earlier, when you have a scrambling quarterback that's out there and a guy who's all over the field, you're going to have linemen that go downfield. You're going to hold in different situations because you really don't know where he is behind you, right?
True.
So you're trying to knock out the guy that's in front of you, no matter where he is on the field, and the official was all over that one.
Becker checks out, McKeague checks in, and we have got 2nd and a country mile, Rick. We're now back at our own 22-yard line.
We got
6:14 left to go.
We got a guy out there, used to be our city reporter, primetime, listening to the game today. He's calling BS on the half dozen eggs.
Primetime.
That's exactly right.
Kubaki drops straight back, now throws it out to this left side to Doyle, makes a completion, but he's wrapped up, and that's number 20, Joseph Fico with the tackle. He's a senior defensive back, 5'9", 160. Mary Seat of Wisdom Grammar School.
If you're looking for a bright, something to hang your hat on here if you're the Shamrocks, it's the way that these cornerbacks and secondary tackle. There's been a lot of one-on-one tackles, and they are pretty surefire tacklers, right? I mean, you haven't seen the big play. Russinova scored that, but that wasn't breaking a tackle. That was beating his guy down the field. These guys have done a nice job of coming up on the different screens and tackling in the middle. Yeah, I've been impressed.
Kubaki drops straight back. He's got some pressure, and he's wrapped up, and he's dropped for a loss, and that's going to be back at the 14-yard line, and that's a big loss. That's going to drop them back, and it's going to be a 4th and, about 800 yards for the first down.
Yeah, this is a punting situation. I think that's safe to say. I mean, you've got maybe 1 or 2 great 4 and 30 plays, in your back pocket, but I don't know if you have to use one right here.
Becker standing at the 1-yard line there. Wild goes in motion. Now he's on that far sideline. Here's the snap. Nice snap. Becker puts one off the side of his foot, and unfortunately for the Red Wings, it's about a 15-yard punt.
All right, so Mark, let's say for the last 2 years, you've seen this kid take tough snaps, get him off. They have a rush in his face, get him off. Here, they didn't rush anybody. He had about 4.5 seconds to kick that. It goes off the side of his foot. Yeah. So what does that tell you? Rush this kid.
We need a hard rush.
We need a hard rush against our punter. Boy, because he could have walked 5 yards.
Yeah.
Primetime, thanks for listening in Chicago. We appreciate the viewership down there.
Primetime.
It's been too long.
1st and 10 for the Shamrocks. Great field position. They're at the 29-yard line of Benet. And Hay hands off to Holloway, who gets wrapped up quickly. That looks like Mikey Burke.
Great tackle by Mikey Burke. He was back there fast and blew that play up before it even had a chance to develop. Nice play by the senior.
Mikey Burke, a Saints Peter and Paul Trojan before coming to Benet.
If you had given me 15 guesses, I wouldn't have known what their mascot was.
2nd and 11 now for the Shamrocks. Hay looks to his right, now scrambles to the right. He's got some more pressure. Throws a pass, lost it up in the air, but it's knocked down. That was Rosanova again. Nice play.
I'll tell you what, that's complete if he doesn't make that play. That's a big play. That's going to drop right there. It wasn't a great pass, but the way that those receivers were out there, he was literally going to grab that. Great play by Rocky, stopping that. 3rd and long.
Yeah, there were 2 receivers over in that area.
You've got 2, and you're going to see one that could drop right there.
Right over, yep.
Beautiful play. Nice timing.
3rd and 11 for the Shamrocks. Benet could really help themselves out here with a stop. Hay standing at the 35. Now he looks right over the middle and he hits. No, he had number 20, Joseph Fico, wide open, and it hit him in his hands.
Well, that's a first down.
Yeah.
Right? That's a missed opportunity if you're a Shamrock, because the ball might have been a little bit high. Absolutely a catchable ball. Probably catches it 9 out of 10 times. But if he falls forward, he has a first down.
Yeah.
So that's a big play. And it looks like they're going to keep their offense on the field, Mark. And after that last kick, I don't blame them.
No, and you said it before. You're kind of in no man's land. Your kicker, this is a long kick for him. So Hay drops straight back. He's looking over the middle the whole time. He's got Fico. He's got a completion. He's at the 15, the 10, and he's in for the touchdown.
And there's a flag. We're going to have some extracurricular activities going on right there. But, Mark, to me, this is a missed assignment somewhere in the secondary. Yeah. That play is wide open. They're going to call a penalty here now. This is tough because if they call it on the extra point, that's going to push them back. And you might see that offense stay on the field and go for 2. There was a little John in the corner of that end zone. Well, they're not moving it, so maybe it will be
assessed on the kickoff.
Assessed on the kickoff.
Ryan Burt, the holder. Ball is down, kick is up. And just like that, it's a 9-7 ball game. So what looked to be a promising first half is now suddenly a very tight ball game.
Well, I feel like the Red Wings have left quite a few plays, quite a few points off the scoreboard, right? I mean, they really have. A turnover, taking the field goal, literally taking the points off the scoreboard for another 3. And then a fourth down play there that, quite honestly, was nothing special. I mean, the guy cut over the middle on a slant pattern, and somebody missed an assignment, and it resulted in a touchdown. Now, this is where they're going to assess the penalty, I think, Mark. There it is. So the Red Wings are going to have good field position. With 3 minutes left, you're going to have good field position. You want to get a score here, right? A touchdown here to go in the half and get this right back. I expected a little bit more emotion on that St. Pat sideline after the touchdown. It's a pretty quiet sideline. Now, Mark, I'm looking over at the Benet student section. I see some people that clearly aren't students. They might be part of that class in 1978 that we talked about earlier.
Is high, and that's going to be taken by Wild again at the 30. Now he's at the 40, and we've got a penalty flag.
This is going to go against Benet. So that 15 yards you gained on the penalty, it's coming right back the other way.
Ball's marked down at Bennett's 44, but I think we're going to have a hold here on the return. And so that'll back it up 10 yards, and they're going to start at, they should start, I think, at the 34-yard line. Still not horrible, but with the penalty, you would think we would have much better starting field position. Not really sure on the math here, Rick, but the ball was marked at the 44, and now we're at like the 33, so they took 11 yards.
Mark, that's called high school officiating math. They don't have to show you their work. They just show you the solution.
Kubaki with the swing pass. Oh, Kane had it.
Where's that one been the last 10 years?
I like that one. That was a good one.
I do too.
Now we've got another flag, Rick.
These guys are a little flag happy right now.
Preliminary indication is it's on Benet, but let's see what it is. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Benet, it looks like. Ouch. Ouch, Rick. That's going to bring it back all the way to the 22. So our great starting field position is now back to the 22-yard line, Rick, for a second.
Mark, I don't know if they've made some changes on the offensive line. You see Quinn Guerin is now playing left tackle.
Wild in motion. Kubaki takes the snap. Now he rolls right.
Oh, God, that was beautiful.
He's going to keep it, and he's going to be pushed out of bounds after a pickup of maybe a yard or two.
So
right?
Ryan does a really, really good job of keeping his head up and looking downfield.
Yeah.
That's got to be a little bit on the receivers. They've got to break their route and find that space for him to throw it to. It can't be on the opposite side of the field. You've got to get away from that and find that space. Ryan's going to give you time to do it, but there was a lot of standing around by the 3 receivers that I saw, and Ryan didn't know where to go.
No, it's a great call because when he's scrambling like that for his life, you've got to come back to the QB so he can at least, and like you said, find that soft spot in the defense to get a completion. But just to continue on your route's not going to get it done. Kubaki rolls left. Now he throws right. Up in the air, he was looking for Rosanova, but there was good coverage there by number 3, Patrick Lydon.
Well,
and we've got, is that Kubaki down on the ground?
Number 3 is down right now, so why don't we just take a quick break, and we'll come back.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to... Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters.
Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family.
We're back. Ryan Kubacki was able to jog off the field under his own power. Becker now standing back at his own 10-yard line. Could use a big punt here. Low snap, takes the ball. Now he drives the ball. That's a much better kick. It's fielded at about the 36-yard line, and he's wrapped up quickly there. I can't get a number.
We've got another Chicago guy listening, good friend of the program. It's been a while, Joe Glasby. Thanks
Joe Glasby, Jumpin' Joe Glasby.
Jumpin' Joe. We call him Little Joe. Little Joe. Do you remember the Larry Johnson sign that he used to do when he was with the Knicks and the Hornets?
Yeah.
That's what I do for Little Joe. So Little Joe, thanks for listening.
1st and 10 for the Shamrocks. 3:01 left to go in this tight contest. Benet holding on to a 9-7 lead. St. Patrick taking over at their own 37-yard line. 1st and 10. Hay swings it quickly to this near side.
It's a hold. So Flores got held pretty good there in front of the official. They still made a great play. But 2 hands on in the front of the jersey pulling down is usually a hold. I'm not sure. I'm not an official, but it seems pretty textbook.
That has never stopped you from making a call like that before, Rick. Ben Jones on the tackle. Nice wrap up there by Jonesy. 2nd and 9 for the Shamrocks. Hay rolls left. He's getting some pressure.
That's O'Grady.
And he's wrapped up by O'Grady. Great job.
Big play for the Benet Academy defense. You know, it was interesting. I was just going to say Ben Jones hasn't gotten a lot of action his way. And that play was another example. The guy didn't come out to block. He didn't run a pattern. The receiver just stood there. They rolled out to the left. O'Grady blew by his blocker and made a nice play. Big play by the Red Wing defense. And timeout now by Benet. They want the ball back.
No, that's a good call because it's going to bring up a 3rd and long. 3rd and about 20 now. And, yeah, you get a stop here. We're going to get the ball back in time to score.
Yeah, and, you know, those first 2 drives you saw Benet have in this game were great, right? They were marching. They were doing everything right. The confidence was there. Short passes, good blocking, mixed up with the run. We've got to go back to that a little bit. I think they've gotten a little bit away from what was successful to start this game.
A little more energy in the crowd here today, Rick.
Smaller crowd, more energy. Go figure. How much time, Mark?
2:15 left to go in this first half. Benet leading 9-7. Need to get a big stop here. 3rd and 17, Rick. Hay looking over to his sideline. He's got Holloway to his left. He's going to hand off to Holloway over the left side. He's got some running room. Picks up about 6 yards. That'll be about a 4th and 11.
Well, you got to call another timeout here. And they will.
Timeout, Benet. So
Mark, when we came up to the booth today, a very, very nice gift by Oriana Van Summeren. Some golden microphones. Yours a service. And it was very nice she gave you one, too. But it was beautiful things that are going to go on the fireplace, on the mantle for years and years. It'll probably be what I leave my kids. So
nice.
Very, very nice. Very sweet.
I think Nicole Jones had something to do with that as well, possibly.
Well, we're going to say she did if she did.
Candy,
yes.
Balloons.
Everybody. Katie Guerin, I think, had some balloons hidden that I saw. I noticed Cindy McAndrew didn't make the trip today. So maybe she's listening, maybe she's not.
Now, Doyle and Weil are going to be back here for Benet for the return. I think Wild has gotten that, taste of returning, and he just wants more and more of it. He's going to be back.
Well, he was involved a lot early on those first two drives, right?
Yeah.
He was touching. I mean, he was getting the ball. He was looking at it as a primary receiver. So
they're now moving up. They're going to be standing at their own 30. Here's the snap. Kick is
Oh,
away.
wow.
Almost blocked. In fact, I think he got his hand on it. Not a great kick. And it's down at the Benet 44-yard line.
great field position for the Red
position.
Wings. That was number 7, Danny O'Malley.
Danny O'Malley.
Just flew through there. Great play by the senior.
Yeah, great job by O'Malley. So, Benet will take over from their own 44. Great job by the defense to stop them and get the ball back for their offense. And like you said, I think we got to go back to what we were able to accomplish in those first 2 drives or series. And let's see what we can do. 1st and 10 for the Red Wings at their own 44-yard line. Wild goes in motion. He's going to look for Wild, and he just throws it a little bit too far outside, it looks like.
Yeah. Tough throw, tough catch. Again, you're looking at the coaching staff. Timing was off, and you don't know if it's the quarterback or the receiver on that play, but that's a quick hitter. My guess is Ryan was throwing to a spot he's thrown it to 100 times.
Yeah. McKeague checks out. Rosanova checks in. Rosanova is in that slot.
And they have to give him a break now and again, right? He's playing both sides of the ball at very taxing positions.
Yes. Kubacki drops straight back. Looking. He's got plenty of time. Now he steps up in the pocket, scrambles to his right, and he's going to throw it out of bounds.
So, Mark, great protection, right?
Very nice
Great protection.
Yeah.
A couple of receivers that seemed to be open, and he didn't pull the trigger on this left side, on this near side.
Third and 10 now. Man, the offense was really clicking those first 2 series, and now we've kind of struggled the last 2 or 3 times with the ball, Rick. McKeague, Wild, and Doyle here on trips formation on this near side. Kubacki's looking to his left. Now he's going to throw a middle screen. He's got Kane. He's got some blocking. And he's got the first down. He's at the 40, the 39, and he's into St. Patrick territory. Great blocking there.
So you probably didn't see it as you were watching the play, but number 77 on the Red Wings put down number 77 on the other team. Got the replay here.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Great blocking.
There's been a little bit of chirping going on between the two of the 77s in this game that I've watched.
He pancaked him.
Yeah.
Mark. He pancaked him.
Yeah, he did.
So, 1st and 10 for the Red Wings. We got a little mojo now. Kubacki pump fakes. Now he's going to throw it to Rosanova on that same route, and he's got a completion. Touchdown, Rosanova. Touchdown, Red Wing Nation. And there was a little hand fighting there, and I think Rosanova even got away with a little bit of a push there at the
Maybe,
end.
but I'll tell you what, number 10 never turned around, Mark. So they've been tackling great, but 10 never turned his head to look at the play.
Yeah.
And when that ball was there, he was as surprised as anybody. Great play by Rocky, great touchdown. Great throw by, you know what, that's a total team play. The protection was there, the throw was there, the catch and the pattern by Rocky. That's where you come back as an offensive coordinator and say that play just worked.
Yep.
And Mark, I do think if that, those two play, oh boy.
Flores' ball is just over the upright for an extra point, and that'll make it 16-7 with the Benet with a 9-point lead with 1:12 left to go in this first half.
Mark, I'm not saying this because we've done this for 10 years, but 1 + 15, that was a long pause for you to come up with 16, buddy. that was a little longer than it probably should have been.
Amazed. I didn't look like it went over, to be honest.
No, it didn't. It was we talked earlier, we've seen some great kickers this year. I mean, it wasn't pretty, but it was effective.
Something was off with the timing of the snap or something, and Flores almost stopped mid kick, and he obviously didn't have any acceleration through his.
So I was going to say earlier, I want to see more of, more plays over the middle that roll out in that 10 to 15 yard variety, right? Because that's opening it up. you know you can get it. We're running a lot of those short plays where if you don't block, they get blown up. So, again, it's something I've been harping on all year, and I'm not in the coaches' meetings, but some of the middle of that field, I would think would be open based on some of the stuff that we've seen. So, we'll look for that here in the second half.
Flores now kicking off for the Red Wings. Nice high kick. It's going to be fielded right at the 1 yard line. And
boy.
Man, just kind of stumbles on his own feet. He tried to make a cut, I think, and his back foot slid out.
He literally tripped over his own feet on that one. He was he saw something he liked. He was about to put on the Jets, fell down. Good break for the Red Wings. Looks like about the 10-yard line.
Patrick Lydon for the Shamrocks. So that's going to be 1st and 10 for the Shamrocks at their own 10-yard line, maybe the 9, Rick. And 1:08 left to go in this first half. God, I don't want to get greedy here, but how about a quick 3 and out?
You only have one timeout left, right? You used 2 on there. It was the right play. It was the right decision. They scored a touchdown out of it. Here, you just don't want to give up a big play.
Big play.
That's all.
Holloway goes in motion, and now they swing it out to him. Well, and ouch, that was number 6, Daniel Flores with a big pop.
I don't know if somebody's making a highlight tape of best hits of the year for the Red Wing defense, but that's right up there in the top 3 we've seen this year. That was a great stick.
Yeah.
Mark, I don't think they're going to throw the ball again.
That is
this half.
I knew where you're going with it. I'm tracking
I figured
buddy.
you did.
4-yard loss. 2nd and 14, 35 seconds left to go in this first half. Hand off to Holloway, and he's wrapped up quickly, picks up maybe 4 yards, and that's going to bring up about a 3rd and 12. Nine seconds. They're going to let this run out, and that's going to be the half. So Benet takes a 16-7 halftime lead, and we will be back after the halftime festivities.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters.
Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. SBS offers live telecasts on channel 59.3, YouTube, or Twitch. We include pre- and post-game interviews with the players.
You know, it started in the locker room. All the boys were getting going before the game and stuff, and we kind of found a little click at the beginning of the game, so I think that's what got us going.
We also include digital live statistics, play-by-play commentary, team highlight reels, and even more than that. Go online to sportsbroadcastsolutions.com or search Sports Broadcast Solutions on YouTube. SBS, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. At SBS, we offer a professional broadcasting experience for the non-professional athlete. Just like the pros, we offer everything for you. Play-by-play commentary.
A no-hitter at Kane County Stadium. 15 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 error, and that's it.
Color commentary, highlight reels, recruiting videos, and much, much more. Unlike our competitors, we zoom in on the action and always have a live scoreboard with a live time code. If you're ready to have your next sporting event feel like CBS Sports, then make sure to call Sports Broadcast Solutions today. Our phone number is 330-957-7653, or you can go online to sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. SBS, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Missing your child's sporting event just plain stinks. But you don't have to worry about that anymore, thanks to Sports Broadcast Solutions. SBS is a live broadcasting network, as well as covering your on-demand needs, recruiting videos, highlight reels, and much, much more. We can broadcast live to any website, and we also post as much on-demand content as you need. For more information about SBS, check out our website at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Let SBS broadcast your sporting event. We have experience and can generate excitement and permanent digital memories for your team.
Tonight. That time, finally a goal for the Stampede!
We have professional videographers using high-definition modern-day cameras, color analysts, and play-by-play announcers with state-of-the-art, classy graphical scoreboards to keep you updated. Plus, we have commercials to advertise your team, club, or sponsor, and us. Plus, we do pregame and postgame interviews.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the post-game show brought to you by Marion Central Catholic. My name's Kyle Smith. But my name doesn't matter. These young ladies matter. It's senior night as the Hurricanes win a battle down the stretch, 48-46.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kramer. I swim 50 breast, 50 free, and 100 back.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world. Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. Instead of spending hundreds or thousands with all these college recruiting sites, let us put together your college highlight reel. For just a fraction of your potential college scholarship and significantly less than these recruiting services, we got this. In addition, we put together highlight reels for teams, including high school, your club team, or travel team.
My teammate gave me a great pass, and I just took it. The other team slashed me, took the opportunity, saw where the goalie was weak, and I just shot it there.
Solon, O'Connor, and Marsh back on defense. And Marsh gets a blowout. We got a breakaway at 2-0. A shot, and it's goal! So 3-3. The power play was officially over.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital world. Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. For those of you who would like to broadcast or live stream your event, or maybe make a highlight tape, but would like a sponsor to fund the event, SBS has a myriad of ways to advertise your sponsor during our broadcasts. We have commercials. We have on-air reads by the announcers.
Albatross Physical Therapy and Wellness specializes in pain-free.
We have graphics, and we have watermarks. Finally, Sports Broadcast Solutions can create a commercial for you or your sponsor. Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world. Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. For those of you that just want raw footage of your sporting event, but no play-by-play or color commentary, you just need us to live stream video from the event over the internet. We will live stream your event on YouTube on our Sports Broadcast Solutions channel. In addition, we also have a dedicated channel on YouTube for live streaming at SBS Livestream. And if you need multiple channels, we can utilize Facebook Livestream and Instagram Live on our channel as well. Options include commercials from your sponsors, professional scoreboard graphics are still available, and of course, yes, pre- and post-game interviews are available as an option if you want.
We've been working really hard this whole summer and stuff.
Whatever your sports broadcast needs, we are at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. Check us out and become part of the digital sporting world. Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. We broadcast sporting events for people of all ages, including adult leagues, high school leagues, and kids. Complete with professional-looking graphics, broadcasters, color analysis, and commercials. We do pre- and post-game interviews with the players. In addition, Sports Broadcast Solutions does highlight films, including college recruiting reels, highlight films you'd see on sports news programs, and just simply highlight films for fun. Sports Broadcast Solutions also provides raw footage and live streams if you'd like. Subscribe to us and listen to our professional talk videos about relevant topics in the pro and college ranks. Whatever your sports broadcast needs, contact us at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com and become part of the digital world. This is Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone. Check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com and become part of the digital sporting world.
There are only two kinds of people in this world. Those who get committed and those who don't.
Before you find yourself in a housing standoff, get committed. Visit our website to learn more.
Isn't that putting the cart before the horse?
Yep.
You're not supposed to do that.
Nowadays, you have to, especially in the housing market, where you need to get a mortgage before you find the house. That's why with the Get Committed program from Compass Mortgage, you'll have a fully underwritten loan commitment that stands out even amongst cash offers. Not to mention, once you find the perfect home, you could close in as little as 15 days. Hey, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
You're pretty big on horse metaphors, huh?
Nay.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. SBS offers live telecasts on channel 59.3, YouTube, or Twitch. We include pre- and post-game interviews with the players.
You know, I started in the locker room. All the boys were getting going before the game and stuff, and we kind of found a little click at the beginning of the game, so I think that's what got us going.
We also include digital live statistics, play-by-play commentary, team highlight reels, and even more than that. Go online to sportsbroadcastsolutions.com or search Sports Broadcast Solutions on YouTube. SBS, a broadcasting network for everyone.
Sports Broadcast Solutions is a broadcasting network for everyone. At SBS, we offer a professional broadcasting experience for the non-professional athlete. Just like the pros, we offer everything for you. Play-by-play.
Welcome back, everybody. Kyle Smith, in-game field reporter for today's broadcast. We appreciate you watching today's broadcast between the Red Wings and the St. Patrick Shamrocks. Stats today brought to you by Sean Mitchell, our Stat Crew live statistics technician. For the Benet Academy Red Wings, Ryan Kubacki, a very effective and efficient day, 16 of 23, 160 yards, 2 touchdown passes, both of them to Rocky Rosanova, 4 receptions for 96 yards, 2 TDs. The opposing quarterback, Colin Hay, not so good, just 3 of 7 for 25 yards. He's been sacked twice, as well as Ryan Kubacki. And for punting, both punters have been good. Number 7 for St. Patrick, a 61-yard punt, and then for Aaron Becker, 2 punts for 47 yards, 23.5 average punt. Kubacki running the ball, 10 rushes for 60 yards. He has a long of 19. He did lose a 23-yarder on a missed snap, but other than that, he is having an excellent job today. Charles Kane, 3 rushes for 12 yards, as well as 5 receptions for 14. We're going to take a break, and the second half coming up next here between the Red Wings and the St. Patrick Shamrocks.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Before we celebrated this special night, before we fell in love with our home all over again, we searched for a company to handle our entire remodel, From architecture and material selection to permits and complete construction with impeccable design, we found Air Room.
Visit the Air Room Design Build Center in Lincolnwood to explore your home's potential. Air Room, architects, builders, remodelers. Your project begins at airroom.com.
Hey, we're back, and Benet will be kicking off to start this second half, leading 16-7. Rick, overall, a lot of good things, but I felt like our offense kind of struggled there in that second quarter.
Well, the scoreboard says 16-7, right? So that's what you got to hang your hat on. I do think there were some things that they got away from what they were so successful with in those first two drives, and they found it again at the end, and that was opening it up a little bit with Rocky, who's beating that guy one-on-one, and I think he's a mismatch problem for them. And that should open up the rest of the offense, not only the running game, but some passes over the middle, and those screens will be more effective. But first things first, you're kicking off, you got to stop him here on D.
Flores kicks a low line drive, and it's kicked out of bounds, unfortunately. So they're going to mark that penalty off, and they're going to get a nice starting field position to start the second half here. First and 10 for the Shamrocks. Hayes standing at his own 30. He's got Holloway to his right. He's going to hand off to him, and he's wrapped up quickly and brought down at the 30. That's O'Grady again. O'Grady's having a great game here.
He's all over the field, Mark. He looked. This was kind of like the Montini game. You saw him all over it on special teams and showed that he wasn't afraid to make that contact and get after it. He's doing it here again today.
That's a 4-yard loss. It's going to be 2nd and 14, Rick.
Both defensive ends. You see that coming from the other side, too, from Will Van Sumeren. A really nice job there, too.
Hay does a fake, now throws out here to the near sideline.
Boy, Mark, that was a beautiful play by keeping his feet in. He toe-tapped, I think, both feet on that one. The official was right there, but it looked like he had them both in to me. You only need one, of course, but great play by the receiver.
That's going to bring up a 3rd and 5, Rick. I'm just going to watch this replay. Yeah, he did. He got 1 foot down. 3rd and 5 for the Shamrocks. Hayes standing back on his 35-yard line. Now he's going to do a quick throw out to this left side. He was looking for number 20, Joseph Fico, and it was just off his hands.
So number 20 had the touchdown, right?
Yes.
And he had missed the pass right before him. Then he scored the touchdown. And then a play, he's wide open. That's a first down. If the quarterback gets that, that would have been a heck of a catch by the receiver. But
a little high.
A little high.
Yeah. Back for the Red Wings. Looks like Doyle. Low snap. Now this is going to be a low line drive kick, and it hits a Shamrock there. It looks like on his shoulder pad. That was number 20 again.
So, there is a rule that if it hits the Shamrock, Benet can pick it up and run right away. And if they fumble it, they still get it where it hit the Shamrock originally.
Yeah. Benet will take over at their own. It looks like they're marking it at the 19-yard line. That's where Benet will take over with 11:14 left to go in this third quarter. Benet leading 16-7.
Well, great start for the defense, right? The last thing you want to do is come out of half and let up a long, sustained drive. A 3-and-out, you get the ball back. Hopefully they're going to have their own long, sustained drive here and get some points on the board.
Kubaki hands off to Kane, who goes over the right side, breaks 2 tackles, and he picks up a good 7 or 8 yards, Rick. That was a nice run by Kane. Doyle checks out. Mikey Burke, who you brought up before, is coming in at that X position. So they've got two tight ends with him and Becker. Becker just in front of Kubaki, just to his right. Handoff. Nope, he fakes it to Kane. Looks left. He's got a receiver over, and that's Mikey Burke, and he's and he fumbles it. And the ball is down, and it's recovered.
Now, did he get it in bounds, though?
I think he did. They're going to
it looks like they're going to call it.
That was Ryan Burt. Oh, Mikey Burke made a great reception right at about midfield, and he came running down this near sideline, and the defender came right in and punched the ball right out of his hands.
It was a great play, great pattern. I was so happy for him. His first game stepping into that position, showed some soft hands. Fortunately, they got a little too soft there on the fumble, but it was a tough play. But you know what? Make up for it on defense. Get out there, get the ball back. That's a shame, though. Tough break for the Red Wings and Mikey Burke.
Oh, God. So frustrating because it was such a nice play.
It really was a beautiful play.
So, the Shamrocks take over at their own 25. Hay hands off to Holloway over that left side. He's got some running room, and he's into that secondary, and he's going to be real close to a first down, and they're going to move the chains, Rick.
Yeah, he got it. And they had some room in the middle of that field. You know, you got to shake that off, right? Your defense just got off the field after a nice 3-and-out, but you're coming in back quickly, and you got to be ready. That stuff is going to happen. It's part of the game.
1st and 10 for the Shamrocks. Holloway in motion. Hands off to him on that jet sweep. He cuts back, and he's got some running room. He's at the 50. He's brought down at about the 47-yard line, and they're getting some big gains here,
So
Rick.
great job by the outside containing that. That's their job, right, to pinch that back inside. Unfortunately, nobody was inside for about 5 to 7 yards. Big gain by the Shamrocks.
1st and 10, inside Benet territory now. 9:47 left to go in this third quarter. Trips receivers out to this near sideline. Fake handoff to Holloway. He was looking for number 12, Vince Curio.
You know, that play hasn't been working for them today. I don't know if the receivers and quarterback are in sync on that or the defense has a lot to do with that, but those slants really haven't been very effective today for the Shamrocks.
2nd and 10 now for St. Patrick's at Bennett's 48-yard line. Hay drops straight back, looks right. He's got 20 again.
Oh, boy. And
that's
Mark,
Fico. He breaks the tackle, and now he's out of bounds, but he's got a first down, but we've got a flag now, Rick. I can't see what that is.
I really don't know. It's an interesting spot. Unless it's going to be a face mask possibly on the Red Wings who touched as he was crossing field.
Yeah, he went out on his own. This is going to be an interesting call here.
Okay, they're calling against Shamrocks. So he's dropped a couple of balls today, but you can see who their most dangerous playmaker is.
Yeah, there's no doubt. They've been trying to get it into Fico's hands the whole game here. I still didn't see what the call was for that penalty. Did you?
I didn't. But I did see them point the right way.
So that's going to be it's going to create a 2nd and 8 now for the Shamrocks. 9:25 left to go in this third quarter. Hay standing back now at his own 49. Low snap, hands it off to Holloway over the left side, and he's dragged down quickly. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, so it's going to be a 3rd and 8, Rick.
This is a big play for the Shamrocks. You're not in that situation where you certainly have to go for it on 4th down, right? You're only down 2 scores in this game, but you don't also need to get a first down here. You can go get 5 or 6 yards and give yourself an easier play choice on that 4th down.
Hay drops straight back, looks left. Now he's going to step up in the pocket, but he's brought down.
That's Will Van Sumeren.
Will Van Sumeren, you're exactly right. Rooney was there. Van Sumeren was there. I liked there was 3 guys there for Benet.
Yeah, great job by the defensive line today for the Red Wings. And this is a no-brainer, right? You punt. Now you're playing a little bit of the field position game here, and you want to put Benet back.
Doyle and Wild back for the Red Wings. They're both back at the 15-yard line. Snap is there. High kick. And it's going to bounce right between them. Wild's going to take it. And as he caught it, he actually went down with his knee, but at least he fielded it.
Really tough play, though, Mark, because I think he's getting out of the way of that if he's not right in front of it, but he can't hit him and bounce back, right? So he's got to secure it. Tough play, smart play, heads-up play. Yeah, it takes a bounce that actually he is out of the way, and it comes right to him.
Maureen McAndrew and Cindy McAndrew watching the game in Naperville, Illinois today.
Oh, very nice.
Kubacki now standing at his own 3-yard line, takes the snap, hands it off to Kane over that right side, and he falls forward, picks up maybe 2 yards, Rick.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit in the second quarter. It looks like there's been a little bit of readjusting on the offensive line. Somebody new in some positions that have changed a little bit, but now it looks back to that starting lineup, Mark. It could have just been a quick injury timeout change or getting somebody some rest.
Lawler in at running back. Now they pitch it to him to that right side. They've tried this twice.
It's too slow.
Yeah, and it's just not developing, and he's going to get tackled for a loss here. It's going to bring up a 3rd and 11.
You're running a sweep to the short side of the field, and it's a very, very slow, methodical pitch, right?
Yeah.
That gets out there. It's a really tough play.
To your point of just a moment ago, I think what happened was Costello got hurt at one point and missed a couple plays.
Okay.
They moved some guys around, and now they're back to that original lineup. So this is a 3rd and long for the Red Wings, and it's tough. They're pinned back at their own end zone. Kubacki's got trips receivers to this near side. He's going to look to this near side and throws it out to the corner to Wild, and he had him. He just threw him a little high, but Wild was open. And I liked Wild as a taller kid. He was going up against number 3, Patrick Lydon, who's like 5'11". I think Wild's like 6'3", 6'4". He definitely had the advantage on him.
Yeah. It would have been a heck of a throw from there. But, the problem is now you're punting from the back of your own end zone.
You mentioned FICO is somebody they want the ball in his hands, and he's returning the punt now. He's back at Bennett's 45. Becker standing in his own end zone, and I got to tell you, the pressure there. Oh, and he got the kick off. Nice high kick, and FICO's going to call for a fair catch, but they're going to get great field position. They're going to start at Bennett's 46, 47
Listen, that could have been a heck of a lot worse, right? I mean, it goes back to what we talked about with Becker. Becker's been a really good weapon in that punt position for the last couple of years, and that was really needed. That could have gone off and been a 20 or 30-yard line to start things off. So I'll take it.
Rick, we get all sorts of texts and emails and stuff. I just learned Peggy Diskin also watching the game.
Oh.
Big fan of the Red Wings.
Always has been.
1st and 10 now for the Shamrocks. Here's a blitz on that near side of the field. That was Flores coming in. Holloway with the carry picks up maybe a yard. That's going to bring up a 2nd and 9.
Got some good news from Iowa City, Mark. Hawkeyes up 7-0 early on the Purdue Boilermakers.
That game is on the Peacock channel. Why in the world is it not just on regular NBC?
Don't underestimate the Peacock.
2nd and 9 for the Shamrocks. Hay standing at the 50-yard line. He's got Callaway to his right. Fakes the handoff, but we've got a flag now. We've got a legal procedure on the Shamrocks. Lots of penalties here today, Rick.
Yeah, it hasn't been the cleanest game. I mean, both teams have gotten quite a few flags.
That'll back them up 5 yards. So it'll be .604 left to go in this 3rd quarter. Hay takes the snap. He's looking over the center of the field. He's got plenty of time. Now he unloads a deep pass to the receiver, and Rosanova breaks it up. I thought he had it.
Well, so did he.
Intercepted.
It's funny you say that, Mark, because he got up and he thought he had it as well. That was really a jump ball there. Nice play closing on the receiver by Rocky Rosanova.
I got to tell you, it was nerve-wracking as the commentator because he had Rosanova beat. Rosanova closed so quickly, and the ball was a little underthrown, and then it turned from that to I thought a sure interception. My goodness. 3rd and 14 now for the Shamrocks. Hay drops straight back, pump fakes. Now he delivers over the middle. He was looking for FICO, and now we're going to have a roughing the passer. I don't know how in the world. It does not look like that was a roughing the passer. Let's watch this again. Oh.
Well, tough call and a tough break against the Red Wings. Coach New obviously didn't agree with the call. You can see him on the sideline, and he is livid.
That was Joe Rohde. I think it was just an aggressive play. I do not think that was a late hit.
Yeah, I didn't see it, Mark, but the official was right there, and we did talk. They've been pretty flag happy all day, so.
That's going to keep the Shamrock drive going. 1st and 10 now at the Red Wing 36. Fake to Callaway, and that was Flores. Wow. Now there's going to be a penalty for what, intentional grounding?
Intentional grounding.
I thought it was a fumble, Rick.
Now, hold on, Mark. They're still talking.
Wow.
When he initially did it, I thought he was throwing.
Yeah.
I really did. In real time, that looked like he was throwing the ball.
It was really close to a fumble. But that's all right. It's going to back them up now to their own 47-yard line. And it's going to be second in a country mile.
So it's a loss of down. It's a huge play, right? A fumble would have been nicer, but I do think he did everything he could to throw that ball.
Now he does a pump fake, and he unloads it down that far sideline, and it's overthrown. He was looking for number 12, Vince Curlow.
And it looks like that was Jack Getz back there on the play. Good coverage. Not a lot of places to go with that ball.
Third and 27, 28 yards to go here. Hayes got trips receivers to this near sideline. He's all alone in that backfield. Drops straight back. He's looking in the middle of the field. Now he gets pressured and throws it. He's looking for number 2. Oh,
wow.
My goodness. And
great try.
Yeah, Ryan Burt totally laid out for that and almost came down with it, Rick. That would have been a first down, too, I think.
It was right there, right?
Yeah.
It was right there. You're going for it from there. It was a heck of a try by number 2. You saw them go a little bit more vertically on that drive, right? You saw 3 balls that were over 20 yards or so, which they hadn't done in the first 2.5 quarters, or at least much of.
Looks like Bennett's bringing the house here on this.
Oh,
and they just missed it, Rick.
I don't know how it was missed.
Yeah.
And then it gets a good Shamrock bounce.
No, they sent the house on that, and it was like it went through somebody's hands because it was just a near miss. But that's going to allow the Red Wings to take over at their own 22-yard line. 5:11 to go in this third quarter, and let's see what the Red Wings can do on this drive.
Well, if nothing else, Mark, on this drive, you want to see them regain the field position game, right? You want them to move it a little bit and be able to, if they have to punt, get it on their side of the field.
Kubaki balls tipped at the line of scrimmage. It seems like there's been more of that today than any other game.
Yeah, I mean, on the run, his passes have been perfect, right? But I can think of 3 separate plays when he's been in the pocket where those balls have been tipped.
Rick, you mentioned the Iowa score. LSU beat Missouri 49-39. And in that Red River shootout, Oklahoma upset number 3 Texas 34-30. Kubacki runs left, breaks through a tackle. Man, there was about 4 or 5 guys trying to take him down, but he spun around and got.
That was a heck of a dance move, wasn't it? I mean, he really did spin out of that.
Rick, the Irish have a big game tonight against Louisville, number 25 Louisville, right?
A big game. Another top 25 team on the road. This is a big play for the Red Wings here.
3rd and 12. Kubacki drops straight back, looks right, unloads it. He was looking for Wild. It looked like something was off. It looked like Wild maybe ran a different route, or he was expecting him to be shorter or something, but it didn't look right.
You know, I'd like to see them go back to the well a little bit on that play they had to Mikey Burke. It resulted in a fumble.
Yeah.
But it was a really, really well-designed play, and they didn't seem to have an answer for it in the middle of the field. So I hope the offense has been a little bit slow. I'd like to see if they go back to that.
I don't like the way the field is flipped on us in this second half. Becker gets the punt off, and it takes a nice Red Wing bounce, and it's going to be down there at about the 39-yard line. But once again, pretty good field position for the Shamrocks.
Listen, there's a guy I know, he loves his garden. That's Barry Krickow, who is out there working on his lawn. And just joined the telecast here. Joined at the right time here. We've been up 16-7. Thanks for joining, Barry.
You know who we saw before the game? Former Benet Academy teacher and coach Brian Kibalowski.
Coach Kibbs. Biggest calves in the country.
What was going on with those calves? How did he get those calves so big?
Implants.
Something was going on there, Rick. I don't know. 1st and 10 for the Shamrocks. They're taking over at their own 39-yard line. Hey, hands off to Holloway over the left side, breaks 1 tackle, spins, and makes it about a 6 or 7 yard pickup.
That's a nice run. I mean, he found some yardage out of really nothing there. I thought that was going to get bottled up at the line of scrimmage, but he was making some nice moves inside. That was 7 yards.
2nd and 3 for the Shamrocks. 3:40 left to go in this third quarter. Hand off to Holloway, same play over that left side. This time he's wrapped up, and I think he even lost a yard, Rick. Nice surge there by the right side of the Bennett's defensive line.
Got to be careful here on 3rd down, Mark. They're allowing you to sleep on those last 2 plays, trying to run in between the tackles. Watch out for number 20 here on a long slant.
Well, for those of you watching, FICO is in the slot here, right on this near side hash. Hay takes the snap. He pump fakes it to him, and now he's going to keep himself on the quarterback.
Boy.
Great play. And you know what? FICO was used just for that reason as a decoy. He pump faked it.
Great vision by the quarterback, though. I mean, he showed something we haven't seen so far in this game, right? He showed a real burst to get the first down. Nice play call. I don't know if that is a pass in initial glance or design play, but nice play by the Shamrocks.
1st and 10 now for St. Patrick. They're at Bennett's 46-yard line. Holloway over that left side. Picks up 5 yards, maybe 4. Devine on the tackle for the Red Wings. Clock is rolling. We're just at about 2 minutes left to go in this third quarter. Benet still leading 16-7. Hay quicks, but it's batted down quickly. He was looking to dump it off on a slant to that left side, but I couldn't see who. Maybe Van Sumeren, Lawrence there, got his big old paws up and knocked it down. So
he's had a really nice game.
Yeah, that's going to bring up a 3rd and 6 now. It's a big play, Rick.
Yeah, Mark, and I think if they don't get it here,
they're going to go for it.
I do. You're getting to that point of the game. I mean, there's still 2 minutes left in the third quarter, but they've showed the
Holloway.
Now this is going to change it. This is coming back 5 yards.
That's a legal procedure. That's a killer. You're giving it to your ball carrier that's been, grabbing 4 or 5 yards every play or most plays, and now you're backed up to a 3rd and 11. And I think you're going to see a pass here when you got to try to pick up 11 here. FICO runs straight down the field.
Boy, there's a hole on
Hay
that side.
rolls right, and he's brought down. It looks like it was picked off there. Let's see. Mikey Burke.
He got it.
He did. He picked it off at the 43-yard line. You couldn't really see it because of the line of Benet sideline players here. But Burke went down and scooped that up really nicely.
Well, it was interesting because there wasn't a call initially, and he kind of turned to the official like, you going to
I
call
got it.
right?
Yeah.
But, that's a nice redemption story there after the fumble earlier to get it back on the other side. Was really helped out by a good pass rush there.
So Benet will take over now. Much better field position to start this drive. The last few times we started way back in our own, 20, 10. And so we'll be starting at the 44-yard line. Kubacki takes the snap, fakes the handoffs, drops straight back. Now he's going to unload it down that far sideline.
Oh boy.
It hit Rosanova. I think it hit him in the breadbasket.
Well,
it was awkward because there were two players.
It was very awkward
yeah.
play. He was double covered. The ball was a little bit underthrown and then ended up there. And I thought he had it for a split second, and he turned, and the ball hit the ground.
I think what happens, Rick, is he had two different players kind of screen the ball. He probably lost
that's
it,
what
and
happened.
The ball just hit him right.
I just watched the replay.
Yeah.
One guy actually goes down in front, blocks his vision, and then the other guy is right there. But that would have been good for the hat trick if he had caught that one.
No doubt. Kubaki's going to keep it over this left side. Oh, you know what, Rick? It looked like he was going to be out of bounds, but you're right. He always stays in bounds. Fought forward, picked up another 3 yards, I would say, after that. So it's going to be a 3rd and 5.
We got an official, though, stopping the clock. Oh, there's a looks like a shamrock down.
There is. Why don't we take a break, Rick? So in the third quarter, with just 1:21 left to go in the third quarter, Benet's still holding on to that 16-7 lead. We'll take a quick break.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff of my walk. come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't.
Leo Soriano was the injured Shamrock, but he's up and he's walking back to the sideline, so we hope that he's doing better. And Benet now with a key 3rd and 5 from the, they're right at midfield, Rick. This is a big play. Kubaki all by his lonesome. Luke Wild goes in the jet sweep. They dump it off to Rosanova, who breaks one tackle, spins, cuts back, and does a great job to get the extra yardage.
That was a heck of a play. You know, he's got the 2 long touchdowns and a couple of great plays on defense. And I've actually called him out a couple times on blocking today in a good way. That might have been his best play today. Because he's dead to rights, 4 yards short if he doesn't fight through that. So, great job.
Keeps the drive going. Rosanova down here on the near sideline. Trips receivers to that far side. Kubaki's.
I love it. Wide open.
He's got a receiver wide open in the middle of the field.
There it is.
Cuts back. He's into the end zone. Touchdown. That's McKeague. Wow. Great call. Great execution.
So, it's a beautifully designed play again. You fake the screen, right, and the guy does a slant over the middle. He's wide open. But, Mark, it goes back to what we've been talking about once or twice. The middle of that field is wide open.
Wow.
You can't cover everything, right, and the kind of defense that they're playing. So, Mikey Burke had one over the middle. We had a miss over the middle. I can't remember who that was to, and then that.
Here's Flores for the extra point. Kubaki with the hold. And that one splits the uprights. And Benet takes a 23-7 lead with just 57 seconds left to go in this 3rd quarter. We'll take a break.
That was a beautiful call. That was real. It was there, right? Like I've been saying.
You said it.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Lost my train of thought. All right, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Benet to kick off here with just 57 seconds left to go in this 3rd quarter. I like that breathing room. Game is far from over, but the 16-7 didn't make me feel all that great.
No, that was a big score. So, you know, the Shamrocks definitely have to get something going on this drive, Mark. And they're going to start way back inside their own 20, it looks like, or maybe right after 20.
O'Grady, who has been phenomenal on special teams this year, had a nice open field tackle there. And the Shamrocks will take over at their own 18-yard lane. You know what I noticed there, Rick? I thought Flores usually handled kickoffs.
He was cramping up. He was cramping up in that last play.
Oh, is that what it was? I heard from Becker was kicking off.
Yeah, I heard from my city reporter, Primetime, that he was cramping in the end zone. Other networks don't get that kind of, on-the-fly reporting.
We got a flag down. Illegal procedure. That's got to be the 4th or 5th time.
Yeah.
That is so frustrating
Listen,
as a head coach or our offensive
it absolutely is,
coordinator.
but at this point, if you're the defensive coordinator, you can't take your foot off the gas, right? One big play, it's really a two-score and two-point conversion game. So one more score is what you need.
Trying to set up that middle screen, and Holloway initially breaks the tackle, but he's brought down. Benet was not biting on that. Another flag. Got a face mask on Benet.
It was Bennett's turn.
Flores in as Grover checks out.
So that's an automatic first down on that play, but they had him way back there, Mark, on that one. That's too bad because I don't think that's a play that had to happen.
1st and 10 now. Hay looks over the middle, and he's got FICO, and two Benet defenders kind of collided into each other. Now we have a missed tackle, and FICO's going down the sidelines. We got another flag. Right here on the Benet sideline, I think they're going to call a hold on number 2.
Yeah, they are, Mark, and that's exactly who it's on.
Burt. It was right here on Bennett's sideline.
He's trying to show what he did, right, with extending the arms, but he did something because, again, right in front of the official. This is where you got to tell the chain to.
1st and 10 for the Shamrocks, but it's going to be back at the 50 as opposed to, it looked like he got knocked out 35? About the 35, yeah. 1st and 10 now. 15 seconds. Hand off to Holloway. They have been trying that left side, I swear, 85% of the time.
Well, they had the one big play in the first half that they went that way, and then they went to the right side. And other than that, most has been in between the tackles.
And that's going to end the 3rd quarter with Benet leading 23-7. But looks like Shamrocks have got a nice little drive going. We'll take a break, and we'll come back to start this 4th quarter.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, Katie Guerin is in the booth with us.
Breaking in, stealing candy.
Stealing candy, of all things.
Did you hear that, prime time?
2nd and 7 here. Hay rolls left, throws it out to this near sideline, and they're going to give the completion to number 2. That's Brian Burt.
He's been mentioned a lot today.
Yeah. And now they're going to have a 3rd and short, Rick. 3rd and a long one. They've been running Holloway every time off the left side. Let's see what they do here. Hand off to Holloway this time, and he bounces through, got to that 2nd level really quickly, and he's got a first down. Man, he hit that line quickly. Danny O'Malley in on the tackle, but 1st and 10, and this drive continues for the Shamrocks. And now Benet jumps off sides. They did the hard count, and our right side there, it looked like Van Sumeren and
was it Rooney?
Malik, I think, jumped off sides. Dadgummit. What's the problem here, Rick?
Popcorn strikes again. I don't know what's going on here, Mark. It looks like they're trying to figure out where the ball's supposed to be placed.
Or something with the clock. I don't know. They seem kind of confused out there, but it looks like we're going to get rolling here. First and 5. What is the problem? We got an equipment issue.
Yeah, there you go.
And now they're pulling them off the field.
So Malik coming out, Rhodey going in.
Hay rolls right, looks right, now throws it downfield. He's got a receiver there in the corner, but throws it out of bounds.
That was Getz on the coverage. That would have been a Dan Marino type of throw.
Yeah.
To get it into that space.
In that tight spot. Yeah, I agree with you. Second and 5 now for the Shamrocks. It just seems like it's really been choppy here in the last 2 minutes of this game. Fakes it to Holloway. Now he's got Mike.
Boy, that's a nice move.
Yeah. Number 20, FICO, has been their receiver.
That's a nice step back he makes on this play, Mark. I mean, he catches it, knows he's going to get hit immediately, steps back from the point of catch, and then gets another 3 yards on it. You know, there's a lot of time left in this game, so there's a whole quarter of football here. So we talked about Bennett's got to keep their foot on the gas. You've got to give some different looks here, get some pressure on this.
Yeah. 1st and 10 now for the Shamrocks. Hay drops straight back, looks left. He's got some pressure now, and that's Van Sumeren who rips him down for the sack.
Boy, that's a huge play by Lawrence Van Sumeren.
Will the thrill. You know, credit the defensive secondary because they clearly had some good coverage there. And great play by Van Sumeren, but the quarterback held on to the ball there.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you got to get it out quicker.
Now he throws it to this near side.
That should have been a completion. That's Burt. Burt.
Yeah, and it looked like he just didn't come back enough for the ball, and it was trapped. So that's an incomplete pass. And now it's going to be 3rd and long.
Well, you're definitely in 4-down territory. A field goal doesn't really help you out here at all.
It's like 3rd and 16, 3rd and 17. He pump fakes left. Now he unloads it to Holloway in the flat, who makes a move.
Boy, that's a... Quinn Devine on that one bit on a fake, and he just didn't come over and push him out of bounds, and he got another 6 or 7 yards out of it. A very manageable 4th down now, Mark.
Yeah. So now it's going to be 4th and 4, Rick. And as you pointed out, this is 4-down territory, so they'll be going for it. He's got Holloway to his left. Watch him. And FICO is on this near side. Watch him.
They're trying to get him to jump. There's some hard counts going on.
Drops straight back. Now he looks for him on the slant, and that's Furt.
That's a beautiful ball.
And he's got it. Touchdown, Shamrocks.
Beautiful ball.
Well, as you just pointed out, there's plenty of time left in this game, Rick. We cannot be letting up too early or assuming that this game's over, because the Shamrocks just made it interesting. And now it's a 23-13 game, and it looks like they're staying on the field for 2 points. FICO here down on the near sideline. They've got trips receivers at the top. He looks to FICO the whole time on a quick slant, and looks like Ben Jones was on the coverage, and it's an incomplete 2-point attempt. So that'll leave it at 23-13 with 10-10 left to go in this ball game. We'll take a break.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You will know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
All right, we're back. And as I said before, St. Patch just won't go away. They cut it to 23-13. Deep kick here. That will go back for a touchback, and Benet will take over at their own 20-yard line. Beautiful day for football, though, huh, Rick?
Yeah, it's perfect. You know, the Naperville North Husky freshman won earlier today in Plainfield, and it was cold and it was windy, and that has really calmed down and made a really nice football fall Saturday afternoon.
Rosanova down here at the near sideline. Kubaki, hands off. Over that left side, I can't tell if it was Lawler or Kane. That was Lawler, and you know what? He had a really strong run. He hit the line really quickly and picked up a first down, so that'll move the chain, so it'll be 1st and 10 for the Red Wings at their own 30.
And you need to do that about 3 or 4 more times on this drive.
I totally agree. Take control of the offensive line, keep the clock moving, and a nice sustained drive. Take up a bunch of time. Kubaki, now he's going to keep it over this right side. And he scrambles out of bounds, but not before picking up about 5 yards, Rick.
And that's a design run, right? I mean,
yes.
That's a run all the way. And that makes him a better quarterback when he's able to do that and mix that in and give them that look.
Becker comes out. Looks like he's holding his left arm.
The officials are talking about something again here, Mark. They're earning their paycheck today.
Yeah, what? It's like they're having a little convention here.
Yeah, I didn't see anything. Now, only 2 of them are talking. Maybe it's about something completely different. Candlesticks?
Plans for this evening? I don't know, Rick. Now it looks like the head ref is coming back, talking to Kubacki. I don't know. What in the world's going on, Rick? It's like he's hanging out with Kubacki, just talking to him. You think there's something wrong with the clock, or?
Yeah, they just changed it. It was 16, now it's 46.
Yeah, they put 30 seconds back on the clock, Rick. And now there's.
Well, in all honesty, we did break for 2 seconds, so it might be time for something else. And now Becker can't come back in the game because he had come out.
Yeah, so McKeague is coming in. McKeague spread out here. Wild's in the slot. Doyle's in the slot on that far side. Hard count by Kubacki. The Shamrocks are not biting. Fakes the handoff. He's going to roll over the right side. Now he's going to slide. And
they're going to call it.
Even though he slid, he got hit. Yep. And Kubacki jumps up and gets back in his face. And that really was unnecessary because he slid to the ground. And one of the Shamrocks decided to hit him while he was down on the ground.
Yeah, it's a silly penalty, right? Because it's right in front of you. You can see sliding. You're not coming from across the field at full speed where you can't stop. It's just an unnecessary play. As you try to make the game safer, you don't need plays like that.
So that'll move the chains.
Mark, I just got an alert that we just set the all-time flag record for a Saturday game here at Benedictine. I don't know what the previous record was, but
Benet will take over now at the 46-yard line of the Shamrocks. Kubacki, back on his own 49, drops straight back, looks over the middle. He's got some pressure, now tries to dump it off. He had Doyle over here.
Boy, that 77 laid on Kubacki a little bit longer than he probably should have.
And the fans are getting a little
feisty
about it.
He's been pancaked twice by his 77 across from him, so let's see what happens on this play.
Kane comes on. Lawler comes off.
I'm going to start watching that battle in the trenches right now, Mark.
Kubacki, that's a design play to keep it right. Now he cuts back over the middle. It's getting a little chippy out there.
Yeah, it's getting feisty. And, part of the problem is, Mark, they've got so much dead time in between conversations, clock issues, and flags that there's so much time to chirp and be talking to each other on this instead of just lining up and playing football.
3rd and 9 for the Red Wings. Lawler comes in motion. Now he stands right to the left of Kubacki. Kubacki now rolls to his left. He's got some pressure, throws it downfield to Wild, but it's broken up. That was a nice defensive play there by number 33, Max Fidich.
Interesting play, though, by the receiver, right? He kind of jumped instead of coming back and fighting for the ball. I think that was a catchable ball.
So that drive kind of fizzles, Rick, and it's going to bring up a 4th and 9.
Yeah.
They're going to bring on their punting. Not what we were hoping for there. Becker at his own 42 gets it off, but there was a heavy rush. Now it's going to take a kind of a Benet bounce, not much. And they're going to take over at about their own, looks like a 13-yard line, Rick.
Well, this defense has got to get a little bit of energy and get excited to get out there right now. It's very, very quiet on both sidelines, but Bennett's up by 10 points.
8:31 to go in this ball game. Benet is leading by 10. I just feel like we should have much more control over this game right now, and we don't. 10 points is great, but I feel like we should be up by a few touchdowns.
Yeah, it's one of those weird games, Mark. It doesn't feel like a 10-point game. You're exactly right. It feels a lot more than that, but boy, Notre Dame, excuse me, playing the Irish theme there. St. Pat's has got plenty of time.
Throws it out quickly to the flat here, and the completion to number 12, Vince Curio.
That's a nice tackle by Ben Jones, number 8, the senior captain on this side. Closed on that very, very quickly, made a nice tackle.
It's going to bring up a 2nd and 5 for the Shamrocks. Hay drops straight back. Now he's got some pressure, and he's wrapped up and sacked for a loss.
That's Liam Rooney.
Rooney, and I think Malik was also in on that.
Malik, the senior, Rooney, the junior, both really got in there quickly. No time for the quarterback to get rid of the ball.
That'll bring up a 3rd and 14 for the Shamrocks.
Well, you're going to have to punt here if you don't get at least 7 or 8 yards, Mark.
Oh, and there was a legal motion here. On this sideline, Rick, Vince Curio, number 12, and he just left a half second early, and he knew it right away.
Well, Curio's all or nothing.
Right in front of the ref, and he threw the flag. So, man, stupid penalties.
I'll just keep adding to the record book.
Yeah. So that's 3rd and, 19 now for the Shamrocks? So, of course, you've got to watch Holloway. He's in the slot here. Unloads it deep down that far sideline. He's got a completion. Oh, my gosh. That's to Ryan Burt.
Well, there's the pass of the day for the Shamrocks. That is a beautiful ball, and boy, did they need that. That one goes out of bounds, Mark. They're punting from their own end zone, giving Benet great field position with about 7 minutes left. Instead, a huge first down, and we've still got ourselves a game.
That's all I can say about that one. 1st and 10 for the Shamrocks. Hand off to Holloway right up the middle, and he's going to pick up maybe a yard or two, Rick. O'Grady, Malik. I'm sorry, Rhodey, I think, was in on that tackle. Hay drops straight back, looks to his left. He's got some pressure. That'll bring up a 3rd and 9, Rick.
So another 3rd down for this Benet defense.
FICO in the slot over here on the near side, Rick. Watch him. 3rd and 9. Watch him look for this quick slant that they've been running. Hay looks over the middle, dumps it off to Holloway, who makes a move, but he's wrapped up and brought down at the 40-yard line. Really sure-handed tackle there.
They just missed getting to the quarterback again, Mark, but they got 3 yards out of it, and you're in 4-down territory.
That was Mikey Burke on the tackle. Did a nice job of wrapping it up. Hay looks left. Now he looks, and he's got FICO. And it's the same play, Rick.
It's the same.
That quick slant.
Yeah,
like
it is.
A mini post kind of thing.
And, it's 4th and 5, 4th and 4. You got to play up on it. You got to expect that that's coming, right? That's where they've had the most success all day. And now they're playing hurry up.
1st and 10 now, right at the 50. Hayes got some pressure. Now he throws a deep ball down this near sideline, but it's out of bounds. Furt looking for a flag. He had some contact out of bounds. Rosanova got tangled up out of bounds, and the St. Patrick fans got very upset when they saw that. 5:35 left to go in this ball game, Rick. 2nd and 10 for the Shamrocks. They are on Bennett's 49-yard line. Still very much in this ball game, Rick. He looks right down the middle of the field, and he throws a post pattern here.
You know, that's a good no call, right? On that play, you got 2 guys that are going for the ball.
He was looking for Curio. I think that was Ben Jones on the coverage. So that'll bring up a 3rd and 10. So Hayes' pass was incomplete to Holloway. It's going to bring up a 4th and 10 now. I've been saying there's been some big plays, but this is really, really critical, Rick. Rolls right, unloads it, and he makes a move, and he's got the first down, Rick. I think he caught it just short of it and kind of danced around.
Yeah, they're moving the chains.
Move the chains.
Yeah, you said earlier, and I think it's a great quote, they won't go away.
1st and 10 now for the Shamrocks. 5:12, and the clock is running. Drops straight back. He's got some pressure.
That's a hold right there, and there it is.
And they just threw it finally.
Yeah, that's coming back, but
Anthony Holloway with the completion, and
it was right in front of him. Yeah. It was as clear gets.
Some Benet fans have been calling for that the last couple of series, and they finally call it. So that ball will be coming back. And if there was ever any question about the record, Rick, that most flags in a game, clearly.
Yeah, it's definitely a record.
1st and 20 now. Hay drops straight back. Rolls right. Unloads it. He's got FICO. And he's going to be really close to a first down.
Oh, boy.
I got to tell you something, Rick. FICO, I don't know why we don't double up on him, do something. The kid's killing us.
I can't believe he got out of bounds on that one, Mark. It looks like you got brought down. Yeah. Ball must have gotten out. Oh, no, they are running the clock.
4:39 left to go in this ball game. Hay, standing at the 31 of Benet, drops straight back. Now he's going to throw it to that far corner, looking for number 11, Holloway.
Hayes getting more confident as the game goes on. His passes are looking a little bit crisper. He's throwing it into the right spot.
Yeah, you're right. Early in the game, he did not have that kind of confidence.
He definitely looked sharper.
I agree with you on that. 2nd and 10 now. Clock stops at 4:29. Benet holding on to a 10-point lead, 23-13.
This Benet defense has brought them to 3rd and 4th down a lot.
Hay now throws it out to the far side. Wrapped up quickly, but he's in bounds. That was Curio, and it's going to bring up a 3rd and maybe 2 yards, Rick. 4:13 left to go in this ball game.
This clock can't go fast enough.
FICO in the slot here. on the near side. Hay looking at him the whole time. Left, left, left. Now he's going to throw it into the end zone, and it's broken up.
Well, that's a big play for a number of reasons, Mark. I mean, now you got 4th down here. You've got a decision if you're the coach here. It's 4th and about 1.5 yards.
So that was Burt that they were trying to go to. Rosanova broke it up, but he's stumbling. It looks like he
Yeah, I see it here.
maybe did something to his knee or ankle or something, but he's on the sideline right now.
He's limping.
Yeah, he's in some pain.
Well, and they're going to...
Rogalski and Hay rolls right.
Boy, this is on the spot, Mark. This is going to be on the spot because I think they're going to give it to him.
Give it to him.
But, boy, if you ever needed a measurement, this is it. And we're not going to get one. They'll just call it a first down. Yeah, that's right.
I could tell by the way that ref ran up.
And it was funny because when he first came out, and the guy with the stick had it a little bit left. And that means he's looking at where the ball is actually spotted.
Clock still running. 3:39 left to go in this ball game. 1st and 10 for the Shamrocks. Hay takes the snap. He's looking left the whole time. Now throws it that way. Oh, just out of the grasp of Leo Soriano. Getz was on the coverage, and he just dropped it, but the ball was there. 3:26. Time stops with the incomplete pass. It's going to bring up a 2nd and 10 now.
Mark, I think both teams still have all 3 timeouts, too.
You're correct.
Time management here is going to be huge.
Hay drops back, looks left. Now he's got pressure, and O'Grady's got him in his grasp, and he fumbles the ball.
Pull him away from the ball.
I can't see who came up with it.
I think it's Shamrock ball.
Oh, and they just knocked a Benet player over.
It looks like that's Will Van Sumeren.
But O'Grady comes up big, Rick. That's a huge sack. Hay drops the ball. Now he rolls right. He's still looking. Here comes some pressure. He throws it over the middle of the field. It's caught.
Hey, guys, wait till you see the replay of that flop. It is LeBron James. It is uncomfortable. You should get rid of that kid. That's how uncomfortable it is.
So there's a timeout by the Shamrocks. 2:31 left to go in this ball game. They've got a 4th and I'd say 19 to go. Rick, they're sure making this interesting, and they're not going away.
Well, they've converted. I mean, I don't know what play this is on this drive, but they have been out there a very, very long time. I think they started with the ball at 11 minutes. Could that be right? They've had the ball for 7, 8 minutes?
Oh, my God. It sure seems like it. And with the penalties and everything else, it feels like this quarter has lasted about 4 hours.
It's a long one for sure. But you know what? It'll all be worth it if they can stop them here because they're going to be able to not run out the clock, but certainly come close to that. So this is a huge play. What you can't let up, Mark, is that slant play to 20, and you can't have a silly penalty here that keeps the drive going. If they're going to beat you on this play, it can't be with one of those two things. You've seen it too much today.
I mean, every single time, or almost every single time, FICO has been the guy, or Holloway out of the backfield. They split him out as a receiver. And FICO is this near receiver on this near side. He's running. He's going to throw it right to that corner of the end zone, and it's broken up. And that will be a turnover on downs. So with 2:26 left to go in this ball game, Benet will get the ball back and will hopefully just run this clock out.
Well, they have 3 timeouts left, right? So you're going to have to get a first down if you want to do that. But that's a huge stop. I mean, bend, but don't break. And the Benet defense at the end, did their job.
The defense gets a nice round of applause from the Benet faithful here, acknowledging their great job today. Kubaki hands it off. That's Lawler, I think, over the left side. Lawler really has been a nice addition here in these last couple of games, Rick.
Well, certainly this game, he didn't get a lot of action in the last game, but this game I feel like he split carries, and brings another weapon for this Benet offense.
2 minutes left to go in this ball game. Bennett's content with letting this play clock run all the way down before they call the next play.
Well, Mark, if they can hold on to this one, it puts the Red Wings at 4-3 with a very, very tough matchup next week at Loyola, and always a great rivalry game with Providence in that last game, both on the road. Loyola will be Saturday, then you turn around in a short week and you play Friday night in New Lenox, Illinois, and it'll be fun to watch.
Timeout by St. Patrick with 1:28 left to go in this ball game. It's going to be a 3rd and 6, Rick. Yeah, Loyola is a program, man. They rolled over IC last night. We saw some of that game. And Providence has a similar record. They're going to be fighting for a playoff spot, too. I have a eerie feeling that both teams are going to enter that game 4-4, and whoever wins that game will be going to the playoffs. But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Right. I mean, I'd still like to see the scoreboard at 0 on this one, and with us having more points. But I feel pretty good that this one is almost in the bag. Next week will certainly be a tough battle, as Loyola is one of the premier teams in the state.
Mikey Burke in at X. Kubaki, all by his lonesome there in the backfield, takes a snap, and he runs over that left side. Another spin. Look at him. Breaks 2-3 tackles, and he's got a first down. Gotta love that kid, huh?
Beautiful, beautiful run. I mean, there's that dimension that's been missing a little bit, right? That confidence and that looseness of letting him take off. I like the idea of him carrying it there too, Mark, and not handing it off. Keep it in his hands.
1st and 10 now for the Red Wings. 1:10 left to go in the game.
Victory formation, Mark.
And now we've got a flag.
Well, it was time. In all honesty, you had to throw one more before this one was over. This will be interesting to see what they call on. He might make something up here. But it's going to be against the Red Wings.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. So somebody was John.
You got some stuff to clean up if you're Benet right now, right? You don't need that. My guess is I know who it wasn't on that offense talking.
Just over a minute left to go in this ball game. Yeah, and if your coach knew, it's like, guys, come on, zip it up.
Exactly right.
Be done with it. Takes a snap. Okay, now
you take the team off the field,
and the fight breaks out.
A fight is broken out.
Teams. The PA announcer just said unbelievable. You know, you're in a victory formation, and you guys are obviously saying stuff.
Well, no, when you're in a victory formation, you don't blast across the line,
exactly.
right? I just saw it again, and that is absolutely uncalled for.
Bush League. It's Bush League.
And I think they're going to call the game right here, Mark.
Before somebody gets hurt or something stupid. I mean, it's just silly. It really is unfortunate because you hate to see this. Personal foul. Oh, they're going to call it on both sides now, Rick.
It's a little bit of a cop-out, right, whenever you do that, but there was enough guys there that you could have thrown it on, I assume. But when you're in victory formation, the last thing you need to do is go and blast it across.
Well, I think the refs.
And they're telling him right now, Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt, but right now they're telling that defensive line, and they're pointing to the coach and saying, that happens again, you're going to be ejected maybe from this game, maybe from the next game. I don't know how they work it, but
no, I was just going to say that you need to get control of the game.
That was good officiating right there, who literally took 55 and 77 and moved them back. Mark, it's great after 10 years to end this on a victory, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. They're going to let the play clock run all the way down here. 36 seconds left to go in the ball game. Kubacki takes the snap and takes a knee.
And that's going to do it.
So, great victory for Benet.
Great victory.
Pull off the 23-13 victory. Still have playoff hopes alive. Like you pointed out, they're going to have to go out and play Loyola next week, and then need a win either against Loyola or Providence in order to be playoff eligible.
That's it.
Thank you to Benedictine, to everybody at Benet, obviously. Great job, Rick. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Sure has,
Always
Marcus.
enjoy being in the booth with you.
Thank you, buddy.
Fantastic job,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Great job. All right. We're going to sign out, and let's go Wings.
Go Wings.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Before we celebrated this special night, before we fell in love with our home all over again, we searched for a company to handle our entire remodel, from architecture and material selection to permits and complete construction with impeccable design. We found Heirroom.
Visit the Heirroom Design Build Center in Lincolnwood to explore your home's potential. Heirroom, architects, builders, remodelers. Your project begins at heirroom.com.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
Before we celebrated this special night, before we fell in love with our home all over again, we searched for a company to handle our entire remodel, from architecture and material selection to permits and complete construction with impeccable design. We found Airroom.
Visit the Airroom Design Build Center in Lincolnwood to explore your home's potential. Airroom, architects, builders, remodelers. Your project begins at airroom.com.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000 or visit forestsecurity.com.
Before you know it, you'll know my name and how to pronounce it.
You'll know the meaning of ขอบคุณค่ะ
Before you know it, you'll call me son.
You call me daughter.
You call me brother.
You call us sisters. Your family will make a difference in how America is perceived and what America stands for.
And we invite you to welcome an exchange student like me to your home and your family.
For over 70 years, AFS USA has brought exchange students from around the world to study in the U.S. and live with an American family for a school year, semester, or 6 to 12 weeks. Before you know it, you'll be a proud AFS host family. Visit afsusa.org.
For over 60 years, Airroom has been creating award-winning kitchens carefully executed by our in-house team of designers and remodelers. With a renewed focus on spending quality time at home, Airroom has created its most affordable kitchen transformation program yet. Introducing the Revive Kitchen. Imagine custom-made cabinetry, quartz countertops with a waterfall-wrapped island, soft closed drawers featuring walnut interiors, even an invisible phone charging station in multiple colors, styles, and configurations designed to fit almost any home. Over 14 upgrades in all. Call the number on your screen to set up a free design consultation, which includes 3D color renderings of your project. This limited time introductory offer can be yours for as little as $4.99 a month with zero money down or zero interest and installed in as little as 3 weeks. The Revive Kitchen, with all the luxury and experience Airroom is known for.
Welcome to the post-game show brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone. Welcome to the post-game show brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions, a broadcasting network for everyone. My name's Kyle Smith, but I, of course, don't matter. This young man matters. Mikey Burke with a huge pick to preserve the victory as St. Patrick loses to Benet 23-13. Big-time win. You guys are still very much alive for the postseason now.
Yeah, I mean, it's big. We got Loyola next week. We're going to come out fighting, and after that, we got Providence. We got to come out. We got to win one of these games. We got to keep going. This for us right here. This is our year. We're going big.
St. Patrick did everything they could to get that touchdown. It's obvious they wanted the 7 over the 3. They were down 10. They needed both. They wanted the 7, but you made sure not give it up.
Yeah. I mean, really, we were just going out there, we're fighting. There were some flags going on, a lot of unnecessary talking going on, but we kept our heads in there. We got to it. We got to work. Held them. Played a hell of a game. I'm proud of my boys.
FICO and Holloway, they're 2 very good tailbacks for St. Patrick, but you kept them in check today. How were you able to do that?
Well, we had great game planning from our coaches. They got us set for everything we needed to know. So we got in there, did our job. We just got the work done.
What's going on with this Kubaki to Rosanova connection? It's one of the best in the Chicago Catholic right now.
They can't stop it. It's too overpowered. They can't stop it. We got Rocky going. He's too fast. Kubaki with a great arm. Little man, but great arm. We love to see it. It's so fun to watch.
So the powerhouse in Loyola. Look, anything can happen. Mount Carmel almost lost to Fenwick last night. I know that Loyola's the heavy favorite in that game, but if you guys play your game, anything can happen.
Oh yeah, we're coming out. We're expecting an upset. We're gonna come out hard. We're gonna come out and play like we know we can play. Loyola, we don't care if they're good. We're coming out playing them like a normal team. It doesn't matter to us.
Final thoughts about the victory today as you guys get ready for Loyola?
I mean, I'm proud of my boys, like I said before, and shout out to my coaches for getting us what we needed, letting us know what we needed to know, and it just feels great. Feels great.
That's Mikey Burke. That does it for our post-game show. So for excellent crew, Chris Smith, Chris Angela, and everybody else who works, Sean Mitchell, I'm Kyle Smith. We'll see you next time on SBS.